All right,
Cooking.
will boss.
We got this. Okay, here we go. So, welcome back everybody to Eberron. It's great.
Hmm.
Everything's great. So much has happened. Let's see here. Let me go down my little list. Lois went to Starlasker to free the diversion team for Ludwig. Succeeded, got detained. Braylon was looking to reobtain that diversionary team, failed to do so. Um, thanks to a little backdoor dealing by Baron Rowan, some certain opportunities were made to embarrass the Dark Lanterns and allow Lois's escape by magic carpet ride, which is fantastic. Lois was thwarted at every turn, but luckily, Madani had means of getting you out, which is why we're gonna turn it over to Rowan's most interesting meetings off the gate. Rowan had a very important meeting with a member of House Madani, who I can go retrieve the name of. I just need to go there to get it. Yes, Sal. Master Sal de Madani, representative of the Warning Guild, brought forth certain stratagems. They'd be more than willing to help out House Leora in hopes of embarrassing both Karnath and Braylon, more specifically the Dark Lanterns. Being the ultimate spy network of Braylon, they're pretty intense competitors of Madani, so Madani would be very happy to make them look foolish. So, gaining leverage over Braylon that way, gaining leverage over Karnath in that way. Basically, they're out to embarrass a bunch of spy networks, which is terrible, but great for Leora especially. Um, Also, of course, just like having good relationships between the two houses is always good, and they seem to be very interested in having access to Lois as well. Um, yeah, so that's kind of their deal. They're like, hey, let's just embarrass every spy network from the east to west coast, and let's be buddies and make Braylon and Cardiff look kind of silly. Um, and to which was largely agreed. But more still, Merrix was there. He seemed to care about providing equipment, protection, magical innovations, whatever they needed to help protect, whatever you guys might need to help protect the little lovebirds, um, as well as yeah, just generally just being good fellows there to help out. Um, I don't know if I brought it up last session, but naturally they would want to be undermining Kenneth East and West, naturally. So they're like, yeah, like we want to be here to help out when the others kind of weren't there to help out. And also he wanted to have a private audience with Ludvig and Edith, which we are going to get to today. Um, and it seems that all was agreed there too. So Rowan has gained herself two pretty powerful allies, one of which has already secured Lois's escape, and the other is yet to be satisfied with his meeting with Ludwig and Haydith. Um, Rowan was like, take a minute, settle down, everybody chill out, to which neither Ludwig or Haydith had any intentions of doing so. Fair enough. The world's on fire, and it's not exactly vacation time.
Yeah.
Haydith is like, I'm gonna go make friends because that's what I got. That's in my tool. That's my tool basket. I can go make friends. And Ludwig went to meet with the Lesh, and the Lesh gave some advice to Ludwig, saying, "Don't let them see your fear. Basically own it, essentially." And also said he's gonna throw a grand feast, and he's gonna summon all of the angry parties into one room and see if he can make the bottle explode if he shakes it enough. Seems to be largely his tactic.
He's just having
Or maybe
fun.
there's something more intelligent there. Who can say? Um, oh, what else? What else? What else? What else? I think those were the big notes worth checking off there. I think there was, it's worth noting that in an initial meeting between Rowan and Haydith, Rowan suggested that Haydith may not have accepted, may have not, or how do I put this? may not have, I guess, ousted the proposal of um, Prince Orgrave completely under her own influence, which seems to have shook her a little bit, and led to a little bit of a little bit of an altercation between Rowan and Ludwig. She didn't like that. Um, but yeah, we're doing a little damage control. Lois and her fiance have a little dinner to get to now that now that Lois is a jailbird and has escaped. Getting out of Braylon. And yeah, Rowan and Ludwig will continue to, it seems, perform a little damage control. Or whatever they're gonna get up to, but it seems that the Lesh has plans of his own. So um as Lois is traveling across the land on a magic carpet ride, literally riding over all security measures, I think I want to pick up with Rowan, as I believe Rowan just jumped the Lesh's bones. The two have some stuff to talk about. Does that work for you, Ron?
We can do that. Just I wanted to say that the next thing she does after this is going to be to send a quick message out to Merrix and to Haydith saying, when you get a chance, pop by to say hi. So just
Yeah.
I
You're not
don't know if
running.
that affects when you want to speak to Ludvig and Merrix and Haydith or not. But I'm happy to start with Haruuc if we have time. I was told
Yeah.
it he said it was business or pleasure and I didn't realize we were going to be able to multitask.
Very nice. Um, yeah, just as far as chronology goes, I think it would make sense that Ludwig, Merrix, and Haydith met each other because you gave him access before coming to meet you. So why don't we have a little debrief with you and the Lesh? So the room's a mess, I'm sure. And you two are there, just kind of like a little bliss after a long day of many meetings of various levels of stress. And he goes, "So your day is going just about as well as mine by the seams of things."
Yeah. It's not bad. There's just going to be some frustrations, just some stuff we got to deal with. So, it's strange because usually when there's a meeting, when you need, me, I know about it. So I was strangely unaware that you had had a meeting with the head of Deneth where you essentially just kicked them the fuck out of your country, which of course you have the right to do as
Yeah.
as the war chief, of course.
Well,
Here's
I
what I would
haven't
like.
kicked Deneth out of the country. I just kicked the emissary out of the court because I felt like that was a big enough confrontation that at least the Baron can show his face if he has something to say, you know?
Yeah, here is what I am wanting to check in with. There are opportunities, obviously.
Hmm.
If if you are going to end up needing, if there's going to be a hole in your security, I would like to shore it up before it's a hole. And I believe I have the means, if not of doing it, I certainly have the means of putting someone in contact with you so that you can make the decisions you feel are best. And I will say this. Your fortress was built by Cannith. There are things that this place can do that I don't know that Deneth is aware of. Another weakness, beloved, that I see in your defenses is counter-surveillance, counter-espionage.
That's fair. I haven't
If
had much need of Denise services because they have martial services, and hell, if Darkgoon doesn't have martial services, I don't know what it doesn't have. So, uh, that is to say, you're right. that when it comes to magical interference, I've had to utilize my own people, and they're a little more tribal. So, yes, magical counter-espionage would be very important.
Then I would recommend a meeting with uh, the Madani emissary. They are very, very good at what they do. And if you find yourself wanting to make this place or take better advantage of it, then it would be worth your while to take a meeting with Merrix. I don't know what the complete ramifications are between the wounds with Denise. I know that you have a long and storied history with them. I know that Brevin is a reasonable man who is behaving predictably, and you have borders to secure. So I am not actually trying to convince you of anything. I am trying to show you what I see and give you the resources to move forward or not.
Well, I'll be honest, largely comes down to money. At the end of the day. To employ Madani for such intense counter-espionage services requires a lot of money. Even
And
if it's
that
just Rhukaan Draal. It's a chunk.
it is a chunk. So you should probably start putting in your mind what you need to have for the land trust as far as rents, etc., or leasing goes. Start looking at what kind of nut you have to crack so that when we go to negotiate this thing, which needs to be soon, we have a number in mind.
Tell you what, if you want a little side job, see what you could do to turn up other sources of revenue. We get tithes from the various tribes, and no small amount of our income does come from uh, mercenary work with Denise. We provide them mercenaries, they provide us corn. Those are our two major sources of income to the country. Now, naturally, I don't want to be out of business with Denise. They're important for cash flow, but at the same time, they need us for troops. Considering now that we're not at war, admittedly, things are a little bit more in their flavor. They don't need as much. They don't need as many numbers where you could provide during wartime.
All right?
At the same time, can't be disrespected in my own borders.
Absolutely not.
So if you could find me additional cash flows, that would be significant. Now, arming Rhukaan Draal with counter-espionage measures is through Madani is much needed, especially lately. And I can flip the bill. But naturally, country's always looking for more. We're a younger nation.
Absolutely. So you know about the salvage company, yes?
I think I heard a rumor.
I think I told you, but you might have had other things on
Yes.
your mind shortly thereafter. This
No,
is
I
something
heard.
this is something that obviously being able to go into the Mournland, having the right people to know where to go in, be effective, come out. Now, all of a sudden, there are goods that need to be moved, goods that can be used, right? Because it's a salvage operation. I mean, there has to be a reason that you are offering a Wynarn the opportunity to sit on his land again. I feel like a cut of that. I realize that these are long-term plans, but like you said, it has teeth. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to come up with anything else. That's just what I got like
Yeah.
right this second.
I'll be honest. The more I think about it, the more I like this Orgrave being one of my serfs. It doesn't hurt. He carries with him something I could never possess, which is the name Wynarn.
We,
That has a lot of pull.
it does. Let's maybe make sure that language surf is something that stays in bed with us, right?
Of
He's
course.
he has had his ego significantly harmed recently. We're going to have to massage that. We don't have to. I imagine I have to.
Oh, no, no. You see, you're the perpetrator, of course, Leora. You're associated with Ludvig. Now,
Yes.
a bruised pride is useful. You can predict a man's pride, you can predict his next 10 moves. We're trying to mend bonds here. Giving him a place in my court might go very well to help that bruised ego. Might bring an ally to our court who has some significant pull through the power of his name that I don't possess. And then you can work on, of course, reestablishing diplomatic ties to the House of Wynarn or New Syria or whatever. But as it stands, there's opportunity there to be sure.
And it doesn't help that his fiance's a friend.
And a loyal servant of Dargoon, from what I hear more and more of as my intelligence rolls in.
Indeed. I mean, it's not quite like you're her father giving her away like with dowry and shit, but there is a flavor that could be washed for public consumption if it needed to. I'm just saying there are ways to spin that.
Yes. Which is why I've sent the both of them an invitation to this feast I'm throwing.
Lovely. Well, we should talk a little more about that later, but I did want to bring up one thing because it just occurred to me. I know that Inara's not your favorite person.
Ah, I have
In
respect.
her defense, though, baby, I blackmailed her. I put her in a position where I was going to hurt not just her, but her house if she didn't get me the fuck out of Rhukaan Draal.
You're lucky to be
Frankly, I'm not
alive.
entirely. Pardon?
You're lucky to be alive,
Yeah,
friend.
I am. I have absolutely no idea. Actually, I didn't actually threaten Fjarlin. I threatened her. In retrospect, I realize I also threatened her house. I didn't realize that. I don't know why she didn't just deal with me one way instead of getting me out of here, but she did. But she did so under duress.
Well, she probably, for similar reasons that I decided to put up with you as a house guest for years. There's an apparent benefit to keeping you alive. Unspoken though it is.
Well,
I have no hatred towards my former entertainer and your what past lover.
friends.
Mhm. I have game respects game.
Thank you.
Well, I'd be a fool to discredit the services of Fjarlin over one little kidnapping of my house guest.
Particularly when she didn't actually kidnap me. It's, at least I think I blackmailed her. Actually, sometimes I wonder if I did.
You did your best, and that's all you can do.
She smacks him on the chest. Dang. It was my
Uh,
first blackmail. I'm getting better at it.
good, good. Well, we're gonna need lots of blackmail then. Well,
Yep.
get your prettiest dress ready because it's gonna be a crazy night. I'm having everybody out who is particularly pissed off about the situation with the lovebirds.
When? When is the
Probably,
soiree?
I want to keep them on their toes, so probably a week. I think I don't know, my secretary's got it. But in the next week or two.
All right, I will wear something smashing.
Hmm. Why don't you keep it Dargoon flavored? I'll be honest, I'm trying to ruffle as many feathers as possible.
All right, I can do that.
We're a little more honest here in Dargoon. We can use their stuffiness against them.
Done.
All right. Well, it's been a good meeting, Baron Leora.
It has, Lash. End of day briefing later on?
Wouldn't miss it. Um,
Leave, and then like a bunch of goblins staff have to go in
yeah, they
and
all just
clean the
file in and start
room.
redressing the room. They know the procedure. Incredible. Sweet. We're gonna transition over to Ludwig. Then Ludwig, you receive summons to who would it be by? You know what, it'll probably be by Rowan's little guy who hopefully I haven't forgotten. Oh, Tudrit. Yeah, Ludwig, you receive Tudrit, Lois's, or excuse me, Rowan's current um butler appears. He says, Mr. Ludwig, my apologies for disrupting your day, sir. The Rowan lady, the Baron Rio, oh boy,
Rowan de
Baron
Leora.
Rowan has given access or has arranged for the Baron Merrix to kind of to meet with you and your fiance. Would you be so kind as to attend?
Max the cat. Yes, yes. Where? Yeah, where to?
And he'll give you some drawing room location in the tower, and he goes, I must go summon Princess Haydith as well. If you'd be so kind as to show yourself to the meeting room, I will get her immediately.
Uh, Absolutely. I'll meet her there.
Very well,
And
sir.
I stand outside the room waiting for Haydith to show up, like at the drawing room.
Yeah. And you're in one of these like nice enough rooms, again, Siren design with a uh it looks like a Siren fortress that hobgoblins have moved into. And Haydith shows up. Um, she doesn't look terribly alarmed. Um, she says, Merrix to Kenneth.
Yes. Have you ever met him before?
No, no, oh, actually, she goes, I've crossed paths with him. He's always had a kind word for me when we've crossed paths in the Court of Rot.
Okay. Good to know. I've seen him a few times up at the 12. It's not the first person I expected to meet down here, but I expected to meet, but let's make a good impression.
Yes, let's. Yeah, and she'll enter into the room where good old Merrix de Kenneth will already be waiting, and he will rise to his feet. You could see he was doing like a little artificer work on the side there. He's like sitting in some comfy chair with some kind of device and what looks to be like some kind of all very fancy all-purpose tool, just kind of a little something. You guys walk in, he kind of flips it and stashes both items, and approaches and gives a very courteous bow to Haydith first. Uh, and he says, Princess Haydith de Kenneth, it is
Your,
good to be making your
your wine
acquaintance.
on? Edith, your wine
Oh,
on?
you're right. Thank you. Princess Haydith Irvine, it is a pleasure to be making your acquaintance again. He does the whole, like, all of that. He does not kiss her hand, but he takes her hand anyway, which would be the gentlemanly thing to do for a lady engaged or married. And she says, and it's good to see you again. Um, she says something along the lines of, nah, no.
Mhm.
Um, she says, Baron to Kenneth, I adore persistence, but in liches mostly. And he cackles, politely. He says, always with the dry wits. Princess Haydith, may it never desist. It's one of your finer traits, if I might say so myself. And of course, Viceroy Ludvig de Leora, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance again, sir. Mind
I,
you, I'm impressed how high you have rose or how much infamy, I shall say, waves you are treading in social circles these days. It was taken a little by surprise, I must admit.
I'm, it's it's something I'm still getting used to when I give him a bow, after I give him a bow, of course.
Excellent. And it's not his room, but he was the first there, so he gestures for you all to sit. He will kindly provide, you know, he'll go over to the bar cart and pour some drinks. And he'll say, so how are they treating you here in Rhukaan Draal? I understand you've only been here a couple of days, but I'm interested to know.
Uh, well, the Rook's hospitality is it. The Rook's hospitality has been is complete is has been excellent.
Magnificent to hear. The princess agrees. She says, yes, the Lesh has been um, incredibly protective over our hospitality, I might say. He says, incredibly. That's good to hear, is it not? She says, in some cases, perhaps a little overbearing, but I'll take it over someone who is a little lackadaisical, shall we say. Yes, indeed. He hands both drinks. He says, I must admit, and I've read up all my histories of the Dragonmark houses, but never have I seen a Dragonmark house make such intense waves as quickly as possible as House Leora, though I must admit you might be competing with House Madonna, at least for the largest splash most initially.
Well, we only get one chance to make an entrance.
I suppose so. I suppose so. Well, if I may, uh, be forward. I understand that you're probably very busy, and I myself have a busy life. Um,
And
I've
thank you
spoken
for
with
making
your
time for
Baron.
us.
Of course, of course. Uh, how could I not? How could I not? I've spoken with your Baron, and as you know, me and your Baron have a staunch friendship. And I want to do everything I can to help preserve what you're building here, Rowen and Haydith. Or, fuck me, Haydith and
Edith and
Ludwig.
Ludwig, you're off your game today, man.
I'm coming into it. He says, Haydith and Ludwig, I'd like to help facilitate, help protect what you're trying to build.
That that would be most wonderful. How could how could you help us?
Uh, we're House Cannith, my friend, in many ways indeed. Well, just to start, he looks around, he says, this palace was built for the Searings by House Cannith. It quite possibly has secrets. I was not the main architect, but possibly has secrets locked away to better enhance its magical protections. House Cannith can provide everything from greater weapons to Haruuc's forces, his honor guard, to siege equipment, magical deterrents, kinetic innovations, logistical infrastructure, secret Warforged defenders who, with great respect to the military history of the Hobgoblins and the Draconic Empire, are specifically built for martial tasks. They could be of substantial use and help if anything untoward were to happen. We are the foremost suppliers of, well, material slash magical protections, offensive and defensive equipment, so to speak.
That certainly sounds promising.
Haydith says, and what is it that you acquire by providing us with such kind aid? He goes, well, I am well aware that House Leora is brand new, and they are working well and hard towards establishing guilds, aside from all of these things that have come up, so I will not ask for payment in the form of coin. That would be perhaps a little rude, in my opinion, so I will not go in that direction. Instead, I would ask for simply what I imagine you already think I want. Out of curiosity, what is it that you think I might ask for, Ludvig and Haydith? Viceroy and Princess, excuse me.
Well, if I were to speculate, Haydith still does have connections down here in near up in Breland. She can certainly help you in certain areas. Um, and you would probably want Leo's help in resolving the division in Cannith, perhaps.
Mm. Sharp wits. We're always trying to make friends out here, and when is it an opportunity greater to make friends with a wine on than what I see present? So I'm not trying to buy your friendship, what have you. I like to imagine that you see how far out of the way financially I'd be going for you. All of this would be coming out of my pocket personally. Or I should say, my house pocket personally. I think that goes without saying that it requires a little friendship on the side, but no, that's not generally the direct aid that I would like. I would like every assistance in undermining, of course, yes, East and West. I find myself at a bit of a disadvantage. My skills lie in Warforged innovations, which have been largely illegalized. It's hard for me to get an angle. So, military support, logistical support, magical item support. All I ask in exchange is that we remain good friends above all others. Is that too much to ask?
It's very friendly, Baron de Cannith. If quick side points, but one way I can help, you might be the best person to ask about this. And this could be in some ways help and payment to you, but also something I was hoping to do, even if what the current circumstances never came up. In your opinion, what would be the best way to help the Warforged people?
The Warforged people. We're a little off topic on that, don't you
I'm
think?
sorry, it's a
God.
complete. I'm sorry, it's a very sorry. Maybe it's
I'm
rewind.
more than happy to speak about it with you. Does this
I'm sorry.
pertain-
I'm sorry. Sorry, Scott. I'm sorry, Ryan Scatterbrained. But
That's okay.
I would ask. So, what kind of things can what kind of items particular?
Well, as I've said, I have many mage rights that can provide various forms of weaponry. I don't think we're in fear of going to war, but there is the fear of assassins and magical detection, so we can have artificiary devices installed to perform magical deterrents for such spying eyes. As I said, weapons for honor guards, secretive or forged elements installed to maybe surprise anybody who would try and take you through stealth and clandestine means. Really, defenses that you require for your personal protection. And more than this, I I think it goes without saying that this sort of aid, without request of any sort of finance, I hope would be represented in generational aid or generational allyship between our two houses, whatever they may manifest into. You have to understand, this is thousands and hundreds, tens of thousands of gold pieces I would be putting on the line. I'm doing everything I can to put forth that House Cannith South stands behind House Leora, and all I'd ask in exchange is that you are our most fervent supporters in the world against anyone. East, Cannith West, Jorlana, Zolana, or Zolan, and help us out down the line, and we would be more than happy to install Cannith advisors, infrastructure, research details. Let us bind our two houses together, not through marriage, but through, frankly, sacrifice on behalf of Counter South. And if I if I might request, intense political support from Leora on the other hand. Unreservedly, like fervently, we would be allies to one another.
I can certainly see the potential in that kind of relationship.
Haydith says, we understand, of course, Baron, the significant sacrifice this would be on your side and the immense kindness that would be. If we were to accept this, you can expect that House Leora and, of course, myself would be your most staunch friend. We would unquestioningly oppose any opposition that you would find, that you would request of us. But, of course, we would have to consult with the Viceroy's Baron before we could possibly accept such a generous offer. It's only right. He says, of course, of course. And I've spoken to her. She's given me leave to speak with you, but certainly not leave to leave the deal in your hands. It is only diplomatic, as you've always been, Princess. She says, it also doesn't hurt you in Dargoon, does it? No, I expect it does not. I think it's quite obvious to say that this is consider this to be a donation to House Leora, a wine online, and Dargoon itself, in exchange, hopefully, for making a lot of friends. 3 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Ada says, and I won't do you the diskindness of calling it buying friends. And he says, I would never expect you would, Princess. She says, well, we will have to consider it, but it is a most generous offer. And I assure you, it probably will not take us long to come to such a decision. But again, we must speak with our Baron. Is that not correct, you think?
Absolutely. Yes, we would have to speak with her as soon as possible. She's become very busy in the last few days.
That's excellent. Well, also, I would hope you pass along my involve the Lesh in these conversations. I would be his honor guard I would be arming, his palace that I would be renovating and upgrading, and my warriors I'd be putting amongst his. So I hope that he might be involved in these discussions as well. As you could so ardently see, Princess, of course, I would wish for his good favor as well. He says, of course, we will ensure that the Lesh is involved in such a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he says, that is all that I wish and more. So, may we have a drink then to hope that the Baron and the Lesh, as strange and wonderful a couple as they are, that they approve such a fortuitous future that our two houses may share together. And he will raise a little cup.
The Baron and the Lesh are clearly the most excellent of friends, and I toast.
Incredible. And Haydith says, yes, to their combined wisdom. And we'll there'll be cheerses all around, and many toasts will be made to the Lesh and the Baron. Man, Leor's just got to paint itself as a house of the love house
Yeah.
now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what you should do. You should become matchmakers. What are we
Yeah.
doing here?
Yes, we could, dude, we could set up,
You're
we could
you're
help
basically
Bonds.
building your like apotheosis to whatever is going to be on the foundation of love stories. So
Mhm. Yeah, we could become a big sponsor of the season
yeah,
with
you could
Volan.
run the season. You could do it better than Orion. Come on.
It was like, well, hang on, we can't travel people's quickly, but hey,
Well, you team up with them. Okay.
yeah, let's team up with them
Um,
maybe. But yeah,
Dude, there you go. There's your deal with Orion to undermine Lyrander. Boom.
yeah. If
Oh, I got something for that. I got
All
something.
right.
I'm on that.
Hell yeah. You step
if
out, Ludwig, and Rowan's assistant says, "Ah,
I
Viceroy Ludwig,
was,
a good meeting, I hope. I was not eavesdropping at all, but I just wanted to request or ask you if I should be setting up any further appointments."
uh, if you could at me to meet with Rowan later today when the schedule's open, that would be nice.
I will ensure that you are scheduled for the next opening. And Haydith says, it would be very important that the Lesh was intended. So when both of their two schedules can abide, we would love to meet with the two of them together. And please tell them the purpose of our meeting is to discuss Baron Merrix Decanus' offer. He says,
Yes,
right away,
yes.
my princess, your royal majesty. Very well. And he runs off to get there just in time for Rowan coming out of the room. Says, Baron Rowan, I wanted you to know that it seems with good humor in both of them, the Princess Haydith and Viceroy Ludwig have concluded their meeting with the Baron Merrix and requested to speak to you in an appointment of your choosing alongside the Lesh. It seems perhaps to have been a fortuitous offer.
Oh, I love that.
Should
All
I
right.
book it in your next availability alongside the Lesh's availability?
That would be amazing. Also, as you are able, I need to speak privately with Baron Decaneth and with Haydith. Um, Haydith can happen on either side of the meeting with the Lahesh. Uh, Baron Decaneth, I would like to happen at his earliest convenience, provided that they don't conflict, obviously.
Very well, madam. I will see to it that you meet the Merricks. You meet with the Baron Merricks promptly.
Thank you.
An appointment will be made at the Lesh's convenience, and somewhere in and around there, Haydith will be booked in as well. Very good, madam. Um, at which point, so we got a
If
little bit of a busy day here. I know we're playing pretty intensely with the
I w
chronology of things. I'll tell you what. I'm going to say that the various meetings that Ludwig and Rowan, you guys are dealing with and being pulled into and whatever,
yes,
is going to be happening over the course of the next several days.
okay,
And you guys have just general meetings where Rowan, you're meeting with like an attaché from the 12 who's just taking you through the guidelines of forming a guild and various members of the chieftainships of the various tribes who wish to pay homage to the new I guess if we're putting a
friend.
stamp on it, the new I guess it's up to Rowan. Um, Someone will be like, "Hey, are you what are we calling you? Are we making it a public thing? Are we making it are you like a concubine? Are you just like a friend? Do you wish to be acknowledged by the tribes?" The Lesh said
I
he
think
left it in your hands, and if you're to be his concubine, then you are to be acknowledged by the tribes.
right now I'm his advisor.
Ah,
We're going
right.
to play a couple of things out and see where they fall before we announce otherwise. But no, I am, I guess, the official court advisor, or however we play that to the tribes.
Understood. And can I say I totally respect like the free love thing going on here, ma'am. It's great. Anyway, I'll go get that all organized. And he will run on. Um,
If
cool. But
If
anyway, there tons of meetings happen for both Ludwig, for Rowan, for Haydith, and all these meetings will happen over the next course of days so that we can catch up Loisana with us and to eventually Aurora.
okay, and this doesn't we do not need to play this out, but I would ask Merrix about what he think about the conversation about the Warforged, if that's possible, and
Yeah, yeah,
what it feels about how it is with the 12 and what the wider politics of
yeah.
Haydith's and
It,
I thing. What
absolutely.
what
And
he would
and
recommend.
in an excellent point, as a reminder, all of this doesn't need to be like hard business. If you wanted to yeah, be like, I want to sit down with Merrix and like have a glass of brandy and like talk about just talk. And then maybe that leads into like the Warforged fight. Exactly. And that's a great way to make friends and form politics and learn about things. So abso-freaking-lutely. And everybody feel more than welcome to do so as well. Absolutely, we'll get to that. I want to get to Lois and her big family dinner, which has been up and coming. I
Yes.
do need to use the bathroom really quick. I will be back momentarily.
Yeah. Go right ahead. Yeah, I was also hoping, like, I should have also said that I was hoping to see what his thoughts are on what it would take to get the nations to agree to the Wynons to agree to this type of marriage. Because I have theories of my own, but I'm interested in his perspective. But yeah, Ronan and the Lesh are so cute together. Beauty and the Beast.
I guess there's maybe a little bit of that.
The Lesh isn't that cute though.
Is the Beast had a regal look to him? Lesh, I think, is probably a little scruffy.
He's a chief, right? Like it's just
Yeah,
it's you can't compare it to uh European cultures like that because there's not a clear derivative. It doesn't translate exactly.
it doesn't
He's
exact
Attila.
a little bit.
No.
Yeah,
Absolutely. When you look at his general story and you look at
yeah.
Attila's history,
Oh,
it is
totally.
largely the same hunk of cloth.
True, but like I'm debating whether more Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun. I do think it's more Attila, but he has a little bit of Genghis there, I think. I'm interested in seeing Lois's little get together
Oh,
with
I'm
fam with
not
the
expecting
in-laws.
that's. I mean, it'll be RP entertaining, but
Mhm.
the care package that's going to get dropped is is the fuse that you can hear burning.
Oh boy. I'll also speak with you about, yeah, when you both get here, I'll speak to you more about ideas Ludwig has to get us all out of this mess.
Well, there is no out. This is the exact time. You probably never saw it, Derek. Back in the late 80s, there was a movie called The Point of No Return.
Yep.
That
And at
Yep.
one point, the character who is a somebody who's been kind of put through an assassin's charm school wants out of the program. And her handler says, there is no out, there is no through, and tells her, this is the plot in the graveyard. Your two options are this plot or you continue. Those are your options.
I mean, not out of Leora or anything, but it's like, yeah, a way to help move things in our direction, maybe.
You
But
could always give Haydith back.
I also don't understand,
I have
like you speak vaguely. Like it's like what do you mean by to help us all out of this? Like there's always this sense of like the sky is falling. So specifically, what do you mean?
I I'll reveal the exact idea when I have you two in the same room together. But
But what problem are you solving? Like,
the the hostility of the nations. It kind of comes back to what Honora said. Like, you are the villain of this narrative, and they need to get them to look at something else.
or you could just be the villain.
Just be the villain.
Like
Just own it.
you're gonna be the villain. You, in fact, realistically, you are the villain. So just be the villain.
I was like, Ludwig will explain when he gets there. But yeah.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
just
Keep in mind, you're never a villain in your own story. You're a villain in their story, and
Yeah.
fuck them.
It's all about perspective too. And hey, you've got Queen um the queen of like public opinion, shall we say, on her way over. She's gotta have a quick meal. That's all.
I gotta have a dinner. I've got to drop off a small package, which is gonna light a international fuse. Really, it's not an issue. You can probably hear it burning when she drops it off.
I will say, man, now the more I think about it, Lois, you're painting a humongous target. You've been painting a humongous target on your back.
And the simple answer to that is, if anything happens to me, you know who and why.
Yeah.
And it's like the guys who wrote about Watergate. It was a case of, hey,
If something happens,
if
you know
you
why.
if you don't want to do the bad stuff, uh, don't do the bad stuff because we're going to report onto it, and you're not going to like it.
Just be careful.
President
Yeah.
Schmesident. They got a Pulitzer for it.
hmm
Okay. So you, my friend Lois, have been having a very strange trip. Uh I think we're gonna say you stopped short at the wonderful city of Zollenberg. For the sake of your convenience, um, as the family's probably been dying or trying very hard to get you all together. Um, yeah, they pick a city that's a little closer to the border, like I said, for your convenience. And you were going to come to the big old wonderful city of Zollenberg. Uh, Zollenberg, nestled high within the seawall mountains, uh, on the edge of Zalargo, which is interesting because Dargoon's just over there. Um, on the eastern end of the Orion trade route, you probably hopped on a train. Uh, nah, probably. I like the idea that Violan, you guys had like a boarding, like it's flying by, and you guys like flew in and had to drop on top and rolled up the carpet and jumped aboard and stowed away on.
That sounds like us.
Yeah, that sounds like it's just unnecessary fucking 007 shit. Incredible. Um, Sweet. But this is notably one of the three major cities of Zalargo. This is one of the city-based members of the Triumvirate, so it is a well-regarded city and certainly worthy of this little meeting. And you guys are going to arrive just in time, uh, on one of the sort of higher sections, sort of high section of the city, to have a little dinner with some folks, so you're gonna have a couple extra family members out, then the latter, excuse me, then your fiance. But nonetheless, I just gotta get them out, or at least one of them. You enter into a little ball. It is a very, very nice dining hall, upholsteried windows. The interior is very much sort of decorated in that puzzle, shall we say. It's got all those like um, little like hidden symbols everywhere. It's got those like gear symbols like sort of hidden amongst the sort of the columns, not to be like artificiary, but it's almost like it's more puzzle based. And that's a big part of Zalargo is sort of like the secrecy, the puzzles, something to undo, secrets unknown. Very tasteful, which is to say. And an excellent dinner will be served, but for the time being, once you guys, true spies style, you like fly out before you get to the lightning rail and you land there and you're all like, okay, hang on, let me get your hair there and yeah, let me get, okay, great, we got this. Like Mr. Incredible going into his wedding. Oh, your mask. Um, and you guys head inside looking as good as ever. And your family is all assembled. Every single member of your family. You're delighted to see your mother, your father, your brother, your two sisters. They're all present. And it's that immediate, like, oh, see you forever. Oh, bring it on. And like hugs and hugs. And um, Barbara's is especially pleased. She's there with her husband, who looks like he's been dragged out a little bit, but puts on every smile regardless. And you are going to see the important members of Violan's family. Um, I just gotta get her out here. Oh, I've got a handout for her. What am I doing? Uh, Yes, as always, you see Isosis Marza, but you are also going to see the matriarch of their clan, um, who I very hard time finding known pictures, but nonetheless, I'll post the name in the chat. You are going to find Zenquis, Ir Marza. Gotta have those weird names. She's there as well. She's like an older gnomish woman. Her hair is done up in all a sort of wild, intricate style. She's in a very, very fine dress. And Violan sort of like takes her hand and she brings her over to you and says, Matriarch of Clan Mars, allow me to introduce you to my fiance, Viceroy Luisana Sharpquill de Leora. And the old gnome woman goes, "Oh, it's a." She seems almost like a little senile. Like she doesn't seem quite as sharp as other matriarchs you know. She goes, "Oh, and it's magnificent to meet you, Viceroy. What was your name again, dear?" I was, "Oh, this is Loisana, ma'am." He goes, what a lovely name, Loisana. Is Sharpquill not one of the Decimus families? This is Laura. I told you, or actually, his sister will say, I told you, ma'am, that Loisana is a very special circumstance. She's joined with a new dragon marked house. He goes, oh, another dragon marked house. Oh my goodness. They just seem to pop up like grass these days. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Viceroy. May I say, what a title of excellent repute. Such a high title is well regarded here in Zalagro, of course. A pleasure, dear lady, pleasure.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I apologize that my attire is somewhat must, but we have just arrived and the journey was long and there were some unexpected hurdles along our way.
Oh, I completely. It's so hard to get families together. Everybody's in which way, trying to get everything organized, and this dinner, of course, had to be celebrated shortly after the engagement, and then just to try to organize schedules. Wow, pish posh, what mess.
Even with as few people as House Leora has, scheduling is its own special nightmare.
Oh, indeed, indeed. In all of my hundreds of years, I have learned it is logistics that is the downfall of all things, or the uprising of all things. But regardless, our logistics have worked out. We have all together. Let us begin the first course. I'm told there'll be some soup. I do so love soup. And Isosis Irmarza will kindly take We're into the dining hall, and everybody will go in to sort of seat themselves. Um, the you guys, as a very custom, a very important custom of Zalargo, you guys sit for maybe 3 to 4 minutes as the Herald of the Hall calls out each person who's sitting, their full names, along with all of their titles. And in Zalargo, we like to collect titles. Viceroy Loisana, Master of the Wood of the Zorn of the Cornberg Chronicle, Viceroy to the House of Leora, former Stone Speaker to, and it's like this for everybody, maybe even longer. Your father is like, oh, hi, Stone Speaker of the House of Civis, to the Sean, and it's literally like 5 to 10 minutes of this. Despite her sort of airiness, shall we say. Um, I already have lost her name somewhere in the chat. Where did I put? There she is.
Zinquist?
Yes, Zunquist Marza has a very impressive lineage of names herself. It goes, Master of the Seventh Word of the Scholar's Pute of Zolenberg, Lady Extraordinaire of the House of Marza, wordsmith and keeper of the, and just like, and hers go on forever, and everyone's like, very impressed. Like everyone like, oh, how ostentatious. They're like, oh, very impressive. Everyone loves long titles around there. And this goes on for a while. Exorcisio Mars, member of the Zalago aristocracy, master charmer of the seventh house of Marza, and so on. And eventually it all comes to an end and soup is served and everybody's allowed to speak again. And immediately, Jimmy is going to say, so, we've heard from Barbara your love story, but Lois, you are the wordsmith. I mean, we're all wordsmiths here, but you are truly a great scrivener of our house, former house. Tell us about your love story. How did you meet? How did it come about? How did you choose him? What's great about him? What's terrible about him?
He, in simplest of terms, completes me.
Ah, some of the ladies around the table.
Where I am a person of limited charm, but significant intellect. He is as charming as he is bright.
Oh,
And he is supportive and kind. And how we met was interesting and unique in that I orchestrated a prank on his person of significant public embarrassment, which he rolled with and turned into a jest that all could laugh with him, which was truly remarkable.
uh, I will say that Isosis is truly remarkable. Violan, I never knew you to take a slight without some some vengeance about it, I suppose. Bill says, well, I learned much in my travels with elven diplomacy, and I've learned that patience is a great skill to learn. Fear not, I'm sure Loisana will get the payback one of these days. And there's a little chuckle around the table.
And what the House of Marza has managed at Violan's orchestration to put some pressure on the House of Civis to move themselves out of House Leora's way. It was a chess match of unparalleled magnificence. And I'm certain that not only is his skill evident, but as is your support and wisest of counsels.
Um, she says, "Oh yes, no, the matriarch of the House of Mars begins again. She says, I recall. Yes, indeed, Viola, you did make a number of sizable requests, if I recall. I'm glad to see that they bore fruit. I know I can always trust you with the resources of the House of Marsa. He says, and you were far too kind for your trust in the granting of these requests. They were very important towards my love life, if not actual political means. And there's another little chuckle around the table. It's very good at these little
Well,
small moments.
and I will be good enough to share news that might not have made its way all the way here. But recently, the Council of the 12 have set aside the remaining objections of House Civis, uh, opening the door for us to uh, start to form our own guilds as a fully recognized house.
So, oh, a little polite applause around the table. And your father says, he goes, well, that's my Lois. She's very good at getting things done. And Viola's sister gives him a little well, I'm glad to see that all that cost that went into your education was good for Leora. And there's a little bit of a polite chuckle, like, oh, offside, but okay, we'll laugh at that kind of thing. Um, and Violan says, oh, I have no doubt that the House of Leora has every intention of being long and stalwart friends of our house. And
Without question, it is this union that will elevate both of our houses to as yet unimagined reaches.
your mother says, let's cheers to that, to the joining of House Leora and House Violan and House Shopquin. And there's here, cheers, 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 cheers. How unusual. Cheers, cheers, cheers. And that goes over very well. And I think your older sister Soldat, she says, so where are you two heading after this? You don't seem like the type to settle down in Zoldenberg and have a couple of kids.
I have a pressing engagement in Rhukaan Draal uh, to meet with the Baroness of our house to put put in place some of our current work. But
Uh,
if you want a hint about what that may be, I would suggest that you pick up tomorrow's edition of the Chronicle and probably the following days. That should give you an idea.
there's a we shall see with great delight. Um, and we'll say Jimmy says, yes, I hear Lois is officially out of the newspaper business, if that could possibly be believed to be fact.
Well, it it was in fact true, uh, and as of this moment, it is true. With that said, I am making a proposal to the Chronicle that now that House Leora is in a position where we can operate fully within the acceptance of the Council of the 12, that perhaps they would benefit by having a op-ed editor for the Chronicle that has an inside track on the significant goings on in the legal and diplomatic arenas across civilized Corvair.
There's a great deal of interest there. And Jimmy says, but how are you justifying working with Dargoon? I mean, they were thinking of taking us over, but well, you know, they're obviously not as smart as us. Otherwise, our borders would be a little smaller, wouldn't you say?
The folks in Dargoon have a very strong relationship with House Leora, and they are, as with all of the signatory nations, looking for an opportunity to grow and prosper in this new peace. But it is a significant undertaking, particularly for them, because it is a new path, and one that they are fervently exploring.
Um, uh, they're like, oh, very interesting. And at this point, your sister Soledad can contain herself no longer. She goes, okay, Lois, you have to tell us. The gossip and the rumor mill has been going absolutely insane with all this talk of scandal in Braylon and New Siri. Is there any truth to it all about your house? Your mother gives her a terrible glare as she brings it up.
Well, I will. I feel it is not breaching any ethical concerns to tell you that we were approached to lend some assistance to somebody who was seeking external sanctuary, and we have made arrangements for introduction for them to plead their case to a separate sovereign entity. And that is an effort that is ongoing.
Soledad gives a small roll of the eyes at the formality of your explanation. She's like, she wanted the details. It was very professional. But so it was intelligent to be amongst Zalargo. Um, as much as your mother glared, like everybody noticeably leaned in. They do love their gossip in Zalargo. Um, your mother says, well, I think for one, it is magnificent that House Leora is doing all they can to help these two lovebirds have their love story. Isn't it wonderful?
It is a very unique position. I would like to point out that the Princess Haydith, at her opening public address, indicated that she wanted to turn the political tables on its ear.
Your father says, well, she certainly did that. And there's a around the table. Um,
Indeed, she has.
uh, and I think Violan's sister is going to say, well, you must tell us about the princess and about the Viceroy Ludwig as well. I mean, I only got to meet the Ludwig, I only saw the Viceroy in passing very briefly. What are they like? There's all mix of information that Ludwig is this terrible lecher and is this
Oh,
womanizer and
none of those things could be further from the truth. Ludwig is a very dedicated forthright man. He is a Carnathy war veteran. Some circles would say war hero. That's often subjective and up to individual opinion. What I can tell you is in no way was he ever caddish or inappropriate in public or private settings with the princess. But you have to understand from her perspective, she has escaped from bondage. It may be a gilded cage, but it's still a cage. She escaped under her own power. She made her way to a a remote refugee camp. She took the only opportunity that availed itself to her to further guarantee her safety and freedom. And in the course of that, she met someone from her home country who is a war veteran who was unfailingly polite. He's not my type, but he's reasonably good looking. From a Carnathy perspective, one might say he's very good looking. They tend to be a little severe and angular.
They all chuckle at that.
But he provided his own personal Denise bodyguard because she had none
Mm.
to watch over her while we were there. It is only, in my opinion, it is only natural that she would develop some real feelings towards him despite what she was there to do, which was frankly significantly more transactional than it was emotional. And at the end of the day, much like, and Lois will reach over and grab Violan's hand, much like our union,
Aw. Um,
emotions won the day, as they should have.
roll me a little performance check in the telling of Ludvig and Haydith's love story to this gathered crowd of aristocrats.
You have potence. Potence.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make it a 17 because
Fair, fair. You foresaw early this morning you would have to give the speech and you've been planning it all day.
yes, that seems appropriate.
So what was the total?
17.
Oh
Because
yeah, okay.
Lois has no charisma, so it's whatever the dice comes up with. So I'll take the 17 and run with it.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, they hear this and it's a big, oh, like, oh, it was what a gentleman. And your mother goes, oh, it's just like our story, Jonah. It was supposed to be a transaction, but then we fell in love. And Jonah's like, yes, dear, yes, of course. Yes, yes. And she goes, why did you say it like that? She goes, like what? And she goes, like that. He goes, darling, can we talk about this later? Talk about what later? What exactly is that? And Jimmy's like, mother, this is this isn't about your marital affairs. This is about Lois Hannah and her fiance for there. She goes, and sits a little. She's a little unhappy. Um, and they go, anyway, says somebody. Perhaps who's up to bat? Well, I'll say that the matron says, well, uh, Violan, it sounds like you have found yourself a woman not only of skill, but of oh, what's the way of putting it? Um, of moral integrity. She picks her causes well, it seems. So, yeah, here's to picking the right cause, wouldn't you say? And is there a better cause than love? And there's a, oh, yes, indeed, of course. Oh, it's better than love. Love, love. Ding, 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 around the tables. Um, Magnificent. And let's see here. Um, you guys go to a bit of like a, carousing around. You're invited to stay the evening here. A room is made up for you and anybody else amongst the gathered crowd who wishes to stay. Um, Various words are shared. Your father says, yeah, of course, gives all the various like, oh, Violan sounds like a kind young man. Uh, and Elvish diplomacy is very prestigious and surprisingly, I hear fits very well for sort of gnomish culture. We're one of the more long-lived races, but it's not just that makes business and pleasure, honey. But I just thought I'd let you know have heard some squabblings, rumors only about how Civis is considering pulling support out of Dargoon. Now listen, it's got to be just gossip and rumor, but I thought I'd just tell you if you're all involved in business down there. I thought I'd let you know. It's far too dramatic a move to actually be real, but I just thought I'd let you know what the rumor mill said, huh?
If that is the way that the house as a whole has decided to go for political expediency, I can certainly understand that. That is obviously their choice. I will make a point of effort to make sure that House Orion will pick up any gap that is created in service, and I'm certain that that contract will be most lucrative.
So, well, Lois, I know you're a tenacious young whippersnapper, but remember where you came from. Civis.
I remember full well, but they're the ones who are making the threat. They should be able to do the calculus about understanding that where a lack of service takes place, another enterprise will come in.
Of course. Which is why I'm sure it's only just wanton gossip, Lois. Just put it out of your mind. I shouldn't have said it.
I understand the fear that, you know, particularly with an eye on neutrality, that they must be feeling with the current state of affairs. And I can understand them wanting to back the status quo, but the status quo, frankly speaking, is abhorrent.
Mhm. Mhm. I can agree with you
In
there.
and I don't mean the larger, more grandiose status quo. You can argue that any which way that you like, but this three-way exchange between Karnath, Breland, and the I don't know, the theocracy of Thrain to exchange youths under the threat of execution for behavior that they have nothing to do with, threatening the lives of the innocent for the behavior of someone else. is abhorrent. It's it is it is not up to the standards that those nations hold themselves, with the exception of perhaps Karnath. Karnath has shown itself willing to do whatever they feel is expedient to do. But Breland professes to be more, I hesitate to use the word noble, but more equitable is perhaps a better word. And this flies in the face of that in every conceivable way.
Uh,
And it flies in the face of the basic tenets of the Silver Flame. You know, do no do no evil, which is, the simplest rote that they have. I can't imagine something more evil.
um, Jimmy says, "Oh, are we going to pretend that every nation is not as bad as the next?" I mean, yeah, I mean it's a thinly disguised execution preparation, and like, look, I feel really bad for them, but I mean, is Siri any better or was any better? Like, I'm sorry your country got blown up, but you created a whole race of sentient people to make up for your what? You trying to get a crown on your head? Just for them to be enslaved to
And
go out and fight your battles for you?
and all of them have that same root problem, which is, to be perfectly frank, one of the things that I like about Haydith's choice of taking her Irwinarn off the table. Because if she had actually married Orgrave, their heir would have a tighter legitimacy for the claim to the throne. And that's something that any number of people would be willing to manipulate to get behind.
Hmm.
And she effectively took that off the table. So everybody who carries the Awinar name is on the same level footing, which is which is good for peace. It's good for the status quo in that war has been abated. What happened to Siri was horrid, but it forced everybody to get a grip and, you know, cry uncle until such a time as they understand why it happened. Because whatever happened, however it took place, was specifically targeted at Siri. Look no further than the borders where it stops. And if they can specifically target that one piece of territory belonging to this one country, that is in theory repeatable. And that's the greater threat that none of these squabbling folks are taking seriously at the macro scale. They may have people internally that are looking at it, but they're squabbling over crumbs when the cake is still on the table.
Um, I'll say then that I don't know why I keep closing the handouts. I think I just don't like my desktop looking covered in handouts. But Violan's sister will say, well, that brings us naturally to the next question of what does everybody think? Who done it? Who do we all think took out the Moorland? Was it some greedy five nations who realized that their borders were closing in around them and were trying to find some dismaying way of closing off their borders to ensure that the war ceased before they lost more ground? Or was it someone trying to do something genuinely altruistic? Um, your father, Jonah, will say, "Oh," or actually, no, you know what? Violan will say this. Violan will say, "Oh, let's not kid ourselves. I don't think someone out of the kindness of their heart decided to try and end the last war. It's probably what you're saying, sister. It's probably some monarch decided they found the super weapon and decided they wanted to cut their losses before they got fully swallowed up. I'll bet it was one of the five nations. I guess the
I
question is it Thrain, Braylon, Karnath? It wasn't on Dare because they lost their capital. Or maybe it was because they lost their capital.
I I have a feeling that it is significantly more complex than that. I think that the mechanism was perhaps a combination of things that were unique to Siri, perhaps having to do with House Cannith. But I think the overall motivation is something older and more circumspect. Uh,
You think it
as
was one of the
you
great
may,
overlords awakened from one of their vaults?
uh, or somebody looking to keep that from happening, to be perfectly frank. As many of you may have recalled from seeing in the paper, not terribly long ago, there was the fiasco with the Golden Dragon, the new Lysander airship that
Mm.
I'm told imploded, meaning instead of being blown apart into little tiny bits that went everywhere, it fell in upon itself until it was gone.
Mm.
But more importantly, I've had the fortune at being associated with some of the folks who are actively investigating that particular scenario, and it came to it came to bear that one of the people to last see the person thought responsible for the actual act was a dragon.
Oh, some ums and haws.
And they were, if history is any teller, how much is true, how much is, you know, epic fantasy, but they had a long standing point of conflict with those demons from the preceding era. So perhaps that conflict rages on, much like the Cold War that continues here between the nations of Cover, only on a level even colder. And perhaps the moral calculus was that to keep a resurgence from happening, the war needed to come to an end, and Sire needed to be no more to fulfill some barely understood, certainly not publicized prophecy of some kind.
So, um, yeah, people listen with interest. I'll tell you what. Why don't you make me This is going to be a bit of a unique charisma check. I'm going to say use charisma, but why don't we call it an investigation check to sort of like show off your intelligence in a charismatic kind of way
Okay.
with this yeah.
Uh, so int is down 4. So that's a 22.
Still very good. Fantastic. Yeah, you generally shock everybody with your intelligence. People sort of remark and question in sort of like a oh ha 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 fun kind of way about a lot of topics this evening. But you clearly have like very sort of like a couple levels above most people in the room. Um, Theories and opinions about things that have gone on here that they don't boil it down. The more intelligent people in the room sort of try and boil it down to like, oh, well, it could have been someone trying to either prevent or capitalize on expansions. But then you bring forth these like larger things, and you're like, oh, well, if I base it on this event, and basic, what basically sounds like a really intelligent conspiracy theory at the end of the day, but presented well enough that they're like, oh, wow, like, oh, that's a good point. I've considered that. Um, and as the night progresses, there's certainly a point where you are approached in private by Zenquist Irmarza, and she says, well, if I could just speak to you, Rowan, very, very privately between us ladies,
Oh, absolutely.
may I just say that the Lord Violan has picked for himself a wonderful counterpart, and I must say I am most impressed by your intellect. Is it true? You must excuse my interest in gossiping rumor. It is the thing, but I had heard even a rumor that you had acquired your barrister license in under a month. Is that also true?
It is. I had an opportunity to spend some time with my father in Sharn, and while I was there, I took some time to prepare and then take the exam. It's one of the areas that House Leora is looking to establish uh, a legal coterie to represent some of those folks who aren't well represented by House Civis. There is a lot of underserved folks, whether it is merchant class or lesser nobility. Um, we don't feel that there is such a fine niche that competition is going to be a problem. There is ample opportunity.
See, I see. Well, I I have one last question, if you don't mind, before I leave you back to the company of our wonderful and neutral families. How wonderful that we're joining our families. So I thought I'd ask, um, uh, your house surely means to make much like other Dragonmont houses, um, find themselves in international guild business, much like the House of Civis, which you come from. Is there intentions of setting up guild halls in Zalargo?
Eventually, I I think that that's likely to be the case.
You
Right
must tell me
now,
how likely, darling. If I get to see you again more usually.
I would say 100%.
Oh,
Uh,
splendid.
I can't speak as to timetable because we have a lot of irons in the fire at the moment, but uh, I can't see a future for House Leora that does not prominently include a presence in Zilargo.
Well, we must ensure that our families stay close. That is the whole point of these marriages, after all. Wonderful. Well, I look forward to seeing you again. And may I say, you have my absolute blessing for the marriage. I'm most astounded by your intellect and your cunning and all of you do have good Zill sense about you, darling. It's good to see in the next generation.
Thank you. You're most kind. I am both honored and privileged to be associated with your Violan and soon to be my Violan.
Yeah, of course, of course. Oh, we'll be very sad to lose Violan from the house, but very happy to gain new friends in House Leora. Well, I understand it sounds like you have quite a bit on your plate, but once things have settled down a little bit more, you'll have to include me in the organizing of the marriage. We'll have to make sure that it is a proper Zalago ceremony.
Absolutely.
Excellent, 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 dear. She gives you like the grandma clap on the hand a little bit. And then I will proceed a little bit. We may return if there's other people you wish to speak with. But for the moment, we will trance over to our other fellows back in Dargoon across the mountain range, shall we say. Um, so meanwhile, while many events are transpiring, you will hit up you first, Rowan, because you wanted to speak with Merrix first. Merrick's you're both very, very busy people. And as the days progress, certainly before the larger meeting transpires, you get a private moment with Merrick's. He says, "Oh, good to see you again, Rowan.
Hey.
You wanted to meet with me. I'm glad we could have a chance to speak privately without the master of um, the master of Madani present."
Yeah, let's just, have a drink. Enjoy each other's company. We're friends. Sometimes friends talk. Friends who are not necessarily barons or whatever. Sometimes friends are just friendly and they talk to each other about the things going on in their lives, right?
Haven't seen it in years, but let's give it a shot. Yeah,
She'll actually put out two shot glasses and put that down. And I'm like,
oh yeah, shit. Yeah, Mary's like, oh, okay, this is all right.
and then I
Fair
put up
enough.
a title card in minor illusion that says, I am Merrix de Canith's sleeping deductive reasoning.
Sleeping deductive reasoning.
And
Whatever
I'm
are you
like,
accusing me of?
oh
There,
no,
Rowan.
that's who I am. That's who I'm playing. So like
Uh,
I'm sitting here, being you, thinking about this marriage that's happening in with Prince Orgrave, because of course you've got to know about that. So apparently he's marrying a hobgoblin war hero of some kind, and then Madani said that thing about mass relocation. Like, what the fuck is that about, right? But like, I do logistics. That's what I do. So if like cities were relocating, because that had to be what Madani was talking about.
hmm,
Things like,
relocating cities.
so like if I'm thinking, let's say a settlement was to be moving from one place to another, and why isn't there a lightning rail here in Dargoon, like in Rhukaan Draal, especially if there was something happening someplace else? Because the one thing I can say about Orion is that they didn't build the tracks.
That's true. Do you want me to
Dargoon,
tell you?
no, you don't. I am trying to give you information that you probably know to get on top of business that you're probably going to be doing, or at least trying to not help.
Well, listen. I don't know if you know, but the Baron Orion has been, ever since the last war ended, has been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. He's trying to make up profits now that train tracks have been cut off uh, east to west. It's made business much more difficult for him and made Lyrandar look a lot more like the functional option. And so he's been trying to secure funding pretty intensely for the last 4 years to rebuild one or both lightning rings. obviously he's probably going to be a little bit more successful at reconnecting Reckonmark and Thalist if he can. But um, as for why he's trying to put something in hasn't put anything in Dargoon right now, it's because that's what he's trying to get funded. He's trying to fix that bridge. That's where the big money's at for him. And Dargoon, it's a new nation, so while the war was raging, I don't know, is there just other priorities? And who knew if Dargoon was going to collapse quick or not, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. But I think Nuseri's going to be moving.
That's the rumor.
That is the rumor. Uh, and if I had to guess, they're going to be moving into Dargoon. And they probably have a means to establish themselves. I'm just guessing. Not that I know for sure.
Well, considering he married a hobgoblin or is planning to marry a hobgoblin, that seems to make sense to me.
They have in their employ Elena DeCaneth. She's a talented builder. I understand why she feels slighted. Wars happen. It's just the way things go. But there's an opportunity for you to make a friend there. Up to you, but I think it is a relationship that if you cultivated would be worth an awful lot.
Dangerous relationship to make.
Why?
I assume you understand her relationship to the heirdom of the house. I think I have enough rivals now as it is, don't you think?
Which is why I say make a friend. I don't think she's ever going to be in position to be Baron. I don't think being an architect of a city is going to be enough. I don't think she's ever going to have the resources. I just think that's unlikely.
Let me
But I
pose a
think if,
hypothetical to you, if you don't mind.
pardon,
Let me pose a hypothetical to you, if you don't mind.
all ears.
You've met her and taken in her intelligence and charisma enough to put herself in the position of one of the 6 top contenders in all of Corvair to be the potential bride of a Weinhardt, right?
Mhm.
So she's doesn't have resources. Let's be honest. At the end of the day, she doesn't have political backing. She doesn't have the name. There's a number of issues, right? I don't. Zorlin doesn't. Zorlin is where he is because he's got a lot of money and because he was close to the original band. I'm where I am because of my powers of innovation. She's talented. She used to be close. If I put her close to the people who support me and they decide that they like her a little bit better, where does that put me? They say, hey, this she used to have family enough, she's intelligent, she's got bright ideas, whatever, whatever, whatever. They decide that she looks like the shiny new toy to play with, the new invention to work on, the new investment to make. Now the Warforged has gone out of style. I'd be putting someone in a position to make themselves my rival. She may not be as closely blood related nowadays to uh, the heirdom through blood alone as Jolana is, but I don't know why I would want to create a second potential contender.
So that's up to you. I feel like you're in a position where I feel like you're stable enough in like what you've created of your own, and she is far enough in the hole with enough to do that that probably wouldn't happen. I also feel like you are a skilled enough politician that you could frame any success that she had as part of your own. But if nothing else, if there's going to be business to do with Nusiri, you should know that she's there and you can handle it in whatever way you see best fit.
I'll give it some consideration, perhaps. I'm fairly opposed to it, and as from far as I
Okay.
understand, she's fairly opposed to it herself. I think she's been noted to quote that the three of us rivals are we're all fools, something of the like. Not that I take any offense. I mean, that's what us people who sit up here have to contend with. But nonetheless,
People say things. People say things. People say stupid things. And positions and things like political reality shift. I'm here to let you know what's in front of you. That's all.
so about her that you like so much that you're trying to sponsor her with me.
Not necessarily trying to sponsor her with you. It's
Well, you're
just
vouching for her.
she is going to be the architect of the city. That's like she has established that. I feel like sometimes it is better to go with the flow and make it part of your own weave than it is to allow something to become a problem. And I don't want that to be a problem for you. I think that there is a lot of opportunity for Kenneth South in the things that are upcoming. I don't want that to be a problem.
I said I'll consider it, but I must say my biggest concerns are overcoming my rivals, East and West right now. I'll think about her, see if she has some political value to gain from, but I also don't want to create a fourth rival, or excuse me, a third rival.
No, no, you don't. So you have your heads up to figure out how you want to handle it. And
Well, yeah,
I spoke to Haruuc. I mean, obviously, this place was made by House Cannith. It has capabilities he doesn't know. I am hoping to get a meeting between he and you.
well, so I've been told. I heard that there was something in the books for a whole bunch of us to meet up. Um,
Excellent.
and now that the doors are closed, I might say it to you, Rowan. Um, I mean, more the merrier. We all want to make friends here, absolutely. But I just want to put forth that House Cannith is more than capable. If you're simply trying to if you're simply trying to block scrying eyes upon Rhukaan Draal, House Cannith is more than capable of doing this. Madani has a wide variety of services that do include counter-espionage, but they go the full mile, which is fair. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, absolutely. Like not to discredit their house at all and say that Cannith can do anything a Madani can do, which is not true. But that is to say that if you're simply looking for a shield, we can create a shield.
So I don't know exactly what Haruuc needs because, to be entirely candid, defense is not what I do. But I can get you in front of him so you can speak to the person who makes the intelligent choices. I know that I would like to block scrying eyes. I don't know if that's all we need.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just wanted to put it out there. I
No,
mean,
I
Madani's fantastic. They will block the scrying and then chase down the person who has been scrying. And also investigate anything that needs investigated. So, they'll take it the whole mile. But if we're talking about simply putting up a shield, that we can do.
and I am not necessarily looking for an either or solution. You do different things. Uh,
Absolutely.
we are working to make certain that we have the comfortable means to consistently pay for everything.
Understand.
But yeah, look at that meeting.
All right. Well, at the end of the day, it may be more affordable to deal with one house than two. You know what I mean? It's a little package deal style thing. My generosity does have limits, but the Lesh does have coin about him. I'm trying to be generous as I can to Leora, but
And
I
I am obviously there are things that you cannot speak more openly about. Same here. I am trying to orchestrate some things that will generate some coin to make sure that we can have an equitable relationship where whatever investment you make in the house is paid for back in dividends.
well, we really appreciate that. But as I said to you, as I said to Ludvig, and we're going to talk about this all in the other thing, I'm more than happy to make certain things available on good faith alone. It really is for the purpose of trying to create a relationship between our house, the Wynarn bloodline that Haydith possesses or represents. Me and you are good friends. I don't see why House Canis and House Leora can't build a relationship that could be generational.
I be, yeah, exactly. I agree completely.
Excellent. Magnificent. And if there's anything else you wanted to speak about, like if you could say you two shoot the shit a little
Yeah,
more.
we can sit here and talk. I'd probably sit and talk to him about some of the ideas she has for creating more realistic locomotion in the animal, which in Aurelius, which is not. It serves no function other than to be particularly pretty, but she'll go over like wires and pieces of rubber and like how to get something that actually ripples in a realistic fashion.
And I think you would be delighted to find that for the most, I guess, like innovative mind, especially when it comes to constructs, specifically the Warforged, um, Merrix probably spouts a number of ideas with supporting like arcane science behind it that sort of blows your mind. Where he's like, you ever thought about lasers? And you're like, what? And he's like, oh yeah, no, like listen, like it's difficult, but if you take a dragon shard and you channel like a laser through it, it creates you can probably double the range. And he starts to just like clearly a genius of construct innovation.
And she
And you're
has
like, oh fuck.
undivided attention.
Oh shit. Oh fuck, Merrix is going off. Hang on. Um and like
Merrix is finally
God.
talking about important shit. Yeah, okay, politics aside, no, this is meaningful.
Yeah. Yeah, you get to talk with probably the brightest mind in House Cannith of all the factions, and you get to talk Cannith shit with them for a little bit, which is probably truly delightful. And maybe delightfully goes over your head a little bit, and you're like, oh, awesome. Which is kind of fun. Cool. Um, I think, why don't we have our Ludwig, Rowan, Lesh, and Merrix meeting? Um, we'll follow up with Haydith's meeting, and then we will have House Leora reunited as Lois arrives.
Yay.
Perhaps after that meeting,
Okay.
and certainly before the feast.
And
So, yes.
and off screen, and this can be
Oh,
done
you
off
wanted to talk
screen.
to Merrix, right?
Yeah, and this can be abbreviated and everything. Um, w- I'd ask him, talk to him about the Warforged and everything, but like, what could be done for them? I ask him about like how things inside 12, like what's that's looking like, and I ask him his perspective on now that I'm aware that the nations are starting to look not at each other, but at me and us and the dragon marks at large.
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
tell you
what?
what, it seems like there's a lot you want to talk to him about, and you absolutely can. So why don't we have this big meeting, and
Okay.
then we can cut to that where you have a chat with Merrix, and then we'll have Rowen Haydith meeting, and then get Lois to Dargoon, where I'm sure she'll have plenty of stuff to do.
Yeah,
Um,
and I have something I want to say to everyone. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So, we will say we're playing real loose with chronology.
Yeah.
I'm probably just going to do
Just
like a from this day to this day when Lois is traveling across the land to get to Dargoon. Um, you guys sit down for a meeting. This one is um, how private does this council need to be, do you think, between four of you? Because it'll probably happen in the main. Yeah, he'll disband with the normal servants aside from like the honor guard and like court scribes and whatever, because this seems like a pretty big meeting. So this will be held out in the actual sort of courtly hall where he's sitting on his throne. Rowan, you got like an advisory seat at his right. Um, Ludwig, you probably have like a seat down the plinth that would be sort of representing like the advisor's attaché. Or you guys, you're all probably standing around the hall, frankly. It's a little less formal around here, but everyone's got seats if they need somewhere to sit. Um, and the Lush says, "All right, big meeting put in the books. It's getting late. I have a very important meeting this evening, so let's figure out what we got to talk about." Merrix says, "Well, I had spoken with Viceroy Ludwig and with Princess um,
Haydith.
Eberron and the Baron Rowen about what I would like to contribute to the current situation. Um, I certainly do not want to take the stage if someone else would like to. Haydith inclines that she wishes to speak. Her, as you all know, her primary skills and power lie in making people like her, which involves talking.
Mhm.
So she will endeavor to do so. And she'll say,
And I'll use the help action to help her.
sure, sure. Um, uh, she says, uh, Great Lash, thank you very much, if I might say so. I haven't had a chance to speak to you, but before we get into all of this, I just wanted to tell you my great thanks for giving us this sanctuary that you have, this asylum that you have. I'm sure it's come at some cost to you politically. This is nonsense. You're both very valuable here in Dargoon. Um, and there's a look that passes between them that you get the sense that Dargoon is almost, or excuse me, Alesh is almost testing her in that phrasing and is seemingly satisfied to have his answer about her level of perception, which she does not hide. She seems to carry in her eyes an understanding that she is potentially a political bargaining chip for him, to be used maliciously or not. She understands that, and he is satisfied to see this level of intelligence in this young lady. She says, indeed. Well, if I might speak then on the Baron, he is very kindly afforded to provide us with all manner of artifice and invention for mine and Ludwig's personal protection. Um, and we're genuinely thankful. And if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like that the Baron wishes to be provided with um, simply a lasting friendship between House Leora and myself, along with, of course, any political support that would, without any need of mention, come alongside such immense generosity. Um, and Merrix says, the princess puts it most adequately. I, of course, would be willing to extend artificer teams, advisors, experts in infrastructure, logistics, weapon research deals, so on and so forth to be provided as House Leora's. I mean, all the advice one can get is all that one needs. As a monarch of your station, I'm sure you can understand the importance of having many experts at your ear. He says, of course, and naturally I would advise that to House Leora to have as many advisors as possible, so long as those advisors aren't too self-serving. And Merrick's laughs and he says, well, You must know that any advisor has his own agendas. One who doesn't expect deception is one easily fooled. And Haruuc said, "Did you just quote me?" Um, and Merrix says, "I suppose I hope that the Lesh wouldn't notice. You did say that about 4 years ago at the signing of the Treaty of Thronehold, if I'm not mistaken." He goes, "Uh-huh. All right, I can't tell if I like you or not, Baron." And he says, "Oh, I'm sure that you'll find that you like me, uh, especially considering that I want to provide all of these things to help supply all of you. I have no doubt that such a young nation is in requirement of, well, financial partners, aid. Now that the Neath has, well, very uh, disgustingly tried to steal one of your own guests from your own borders. You're probably in need of someone reliable to back. You have Leora firmly at your right hand, and Kenneth is wanting to establish an important relationship with them. It only behooves us to extend that relationship to you. We would be more than happy to provide you mage right services to the Dargoon markets, to build factories, acquire cheap labor from Dargoon's working class, and you know, maybe Dargoon might benefit from particular researches. Particular research. Yes, particular research. Of course. Lesh sort of rolls his eyes and he looks over at this goblin. He says, "Go take a break." Like, yes. And the scribe stands up with his quill and leaves. And he says, "Show us your expertise then, Artificer. Make sure that we're not being watched at all." And he's going to take out a little device and set out basically an anti-scrying measure, which is essentially like the detect magic and see invisibility spell. And he goes, "I count no less than 5 sensors in the room." He goes,
Yeah, makes sense.
and naturally, they seem to have disappeared. Right. He goes, "You." He snaps his fingers, and some other little goblin goes, "Oh, yes, your Lesh, miss." He goes, "Okay. Would you mind handing him the device? Do me a good favor, Jerub. Just walk around the room and see if you can spy anymore. So how's that sound?" He goes, "Oh, thank you very much." And this is clearly some like 6-year-old goblin, like a little like essentially
Aw,
like a
he's a page boy.
yeah, exactly. He's a page essentially of the court. And he just takes the little scrying sensor from the Baron, kind of walks around the room looking for additional scrying sensors here and there. And while you guys talk, he says, "All right, so research. There are things that are legal and there are things that are illegal. And let's be honest, Kenneth South is very interested in continuing its research into the Warforged. I myself, as I'm sure you've seen, are an intense advocate to the Warforged people and want to ensure that they are treated with every right the Treaty of Thronehold provides. I was there, you were there for when those things were assigned. I want to make sure that continues for them, but at the same time, there are certain people in the Warforged community who feel a little off-put that their people are not getting the due attention that they require as far as certain rights go, advancements go. They also are not allowed to experiment on themselves, and some of them would see that changed. So, in a show of trust, I will say that I am very interested in continuing that research. And if Dargoon feels the same way, I mean, you're already opening your borders to the Sierran refugees. What about the Warforged? And he goes, everybody just thinks that Dargoon's borders are open to all of the lost and stranded. What's next? Changelings?" And Merrix says, "Well, if you're not opposed to a good spy network." All right, I get it. You're a real smart guy. He goes, "Bring in the scribe," and the scribe returns, and all that returns. Says, "All right, I understand what you're putting down. I expect you don't want this for free." He says, I don't want this for free, but I do want this to be to both to our profits. I mean, you need profits, I need profits. Let's have profits, 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 profits. And all the while, I make a good friends with Leora, and by extension, I make good friends with you. And of course, and the Hobgoblin War Master will say, and of course, you make very good friends with the Princess Haydith, whose dropping of her official title as Princess of Karnath will definitely have all the political impact in the world of her. The children she sires has nothing to do with any sort of claim to the throne, right? Merrix just literally does that. He just makes a broad gesture. Well, heard a lot from him. Princess, Viceroy, Baron Leora. Thoughts, concerns?
Ludwig?
Um, I th I believe that this is a deal that can benefit both Kenneth South and Dargoon. A, ma a, ma a man needs allies, and help can go both ways. And that can, as I've learned very recently, it's like very recently.
Um, Baron Leora.
Mm.
I don't necessarily understand the change in dynamic uh, after your discussion with House Deneath. But I definitely believe that the first order of business will always be protecting Rhukaan Draal and then Dargoon as a whole. If a profitable accommodation can be made with Cannith South,
Mhm.
I think you'd be foolish not to take it if there is, unless you have another way to shore up whatever may have been lost.
I wouldn't want to look foolish. He goes, and what about you, Princess Haydith? She says, well, she kind of like looks around Leora and says, there's always a price to pay for such exorbitant gifts. But I don't think we're in a great position to not accept such immense generosity when it is offered.
I will say this after having spent a fair amount of time with Cross. Whatever is done, I want it done with the souls of the Warforged in mind. So anything that's done is done with informed and enthusiastic consent. Whatever citizenship that they're given needs to come with some concrete things. And this is going to sound stupid, but I promise you it'll make a difference. Things like spaces where Warforged can go to have their sentinels rest so they're not going in the middle of the street.
Mhm.
It's a small little thing. Meeting places that don't involve food. Puzzles. Small little things. So that they feel like they are absolutely a part of society will make a difference in how well
Mhm.
they integrate and how well they perform.
Mhm.
Winning hearts and minds and such.
Says, the Lesh says, in the borders of Dargoon, every Warforge is treated like, well, anybody else comes in. Everyone has the opportunity to join into their own clan and tribe. We don't have special facilities for Warforges. We don't have special facilities for, well, anybody, really. The Warforged people want to provide something to Dargoon or come in here in mass. That's their decision. Well, accommodate that. As it stands, we don't have many warforged in our borders. Whatever they're looking for, it's not here.
I wonder what they're looking for. And what would citizenship look like? What would that mean? What would that provide for them?
We
What
don't
loyalty
do
might you
citi-
earn?
we don't really do citizenship here in Dargoon. We are a feudal tribe-based governance. What you're looking for is recognition from a tribe or to become a tribesman if you want to be any. And that is a tribe-to-tribe basis. If you want, like, I'll be honest, slavery still exists in Dark. I don't like it. I'd love to end it everywhere. I can tell you that it's ended within my tribe of hobgoblins, but it still exists because that's the world that we live in here in Dark. Each clansman is in charge of their own clan. Each clan answers to the tribe. The tribes answer to me. But I don't have that unilateral power to nitpick at every chief's designs.
It's fair.
So, in the same measure, the Warforged wants to join a tribe. It's between them and the chief. It's not between me and them. And that's
It's
maybe
fair.
the way it ought to be. We deal with it on an individual basis and not as a universal how we feel about this. Dargoon isn't as political as, say, Braylon or Thrain. Rhukaan Draal is, as of late, but not the tribes. They care more about their neighbors than they care about the country.
That's fair.
So that's what I can say about the Warforged in Dargoon. They'll be treated like any other non-tribesman, clansman who comes into this place. They're able to try and make their way into a clan just like anybody else. Now, as for you, Kenneth, you have my approval to set up shop. I'm not going to complain at you, providing my honor guard, state-of-the-art weapons, and upping the magical defenses of my fortress, and all of these things as a kindness to my associates here. I'm certainly not going to be upset about receiving additional market support, like you're saying, mage rights and whatnot. That'll help build up our society. And what you want in return from us is not only payment, but it sounds like political backing against Cannith East and West. You'll have it. As far as I'm concerned, Trelawnna de Cannith is, well, she likes to sleep around way too much to benefit the house, and Zorlan de Cannith is a fool in all but what enters into his own pockets. And that'll be the word on that in Dargoon. But you don't have to take it up only with me. Take it up with Leora. Sounds like most of this is focused on our newly acquired princess, frankly. Merrix says, I was told that hobgoblin bluntness was legendary. Glad to see that it remains ever so, but we'll use a little bit more of it. But yeah, for being honest, having a personal relationship with you, Princess Haydith, comes with no small amount of influence. Whether you know people or not, people will banner behind and why not, especially if you want to support one of them barons or houses out there. And well, Leora clearly has the potential to rise to do great things, especially if you just survive this political chaos. And let's be honest, if you want to survive this political chaos, you're going to need Cannith. Or at least if you do survive it, you will need Cannith. Everybody needs inventions, magic, day-to-day things, defenses, fine weapons, armor to protect yourself with. At the end of the day, the backbone of logistics comes from us, and, well, we're not at war or anything, but I would say Galanda, I lump them in with that, but not to pat myself on the back, but I think Kenneth takes precedence. So, I think it's a pretty good offer, if Leora is willing to accept. Haydith looks at you, Rowan, and says, I'm technically a part of this house now, so I'll defer to whatever you think is best, but if you want my opinion, the Baron's been awfully generous. And we could use all the help we could get and all the allies we could get.
Oh, yeah. I do love when we can reach an accord. Sometimes it's not always this easy.
Merrix says, and just to be clear, Baron, as far as you're concerned, Kenneth East and West is not worth talking about when it comes to leadership of House Kenneth. That's a big one for me.
To a certain extent, and for as long as possible, Leora is probably best to remain officially neutral until it comes time to stand up. And the only reason I say that, and I will let it be up to you, is because sometimes letting know who's got your cards. But yeah, when the time comes, when you decide you're going to make your play, yeah, I will back you.
Respectfully, Baron, if I'm going to be here in Rhukaan Draal, having my artificers set up defenses in the palace and arming Barrett, the Lesh's forces, they're going to know that me and you are talking. And respectfully, as we've talked, I want to form this friendship between our houses, but I'm putting a lot down, but not a lot in return. My request, my kind request, would be if you are to take on Kenneth support from House Kenneth South, it would need to be immediate and enthusiastic support of my leadership of House Kenneth.
Fine. But I will not slut shame Jorlana. My difficulties with her leadership will come from difficulties in her leadership and will not be based on something that may or may not have happened 20 years ago. They will be substantive.
He says, I make no qualms about what your campaign against her may look like, so long as it is genuinely helpful to my cause.
Yes, that I will agree to. Gladly.
Says, very well, we have an accord. And he'll put a hand out to shake Baron Leora's hand. We'll sign papers later, but then that. We'll put a hand, and he will go around the room. Merrix will shake hands with everybody, and the Lesh will also shake his hand and look him in the eye as he does so. All right, draw up your papers, Baron. We'll sign some sheets, make some friends. You're invited to the feast. Want me to invite your rivals? I always like a good ambush. Merrix says, sure. Yeah, I would like that. Very well. Invitations will be sent to the other less worthy barons. All right. You'll stand up and almost kind of you'll stand up and maybe a little drink will be had and they'll share a drink and that'll be the deal. Lesh will invite the other barons to attend the meal, and Merrix has gained Leora's political support in his campaign to leadership of House Cad. And House Leora is gaining no small amounts of material protection from Kenneth South at the expense of Merrix himself. So, hey man, there will be a very quick and easy way to see if you're going to make good on your end of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go to a break. And when we come back from the break, I think I will fast forward Lois getting back first, and then we'll hit up your talk with Merrix.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to have it before, but you know what? We can handle it.
Yeah, I just want to give Lois her time to chat too, or her time to in the
that's all right.
spotlight as well.
Okay.
No, we're gonna get to everything. About to fear.
Okay.
Cool. We'll be back soon. See you guys in like
Thank you.
15-20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Carmen, sorry about Jolana.
I'll handle it.
It's nothing personal. It's business.
You do realize that people who say that usually get shot or stabbed, right?
Yeah.
There's a
Well, I,
long
well, I
standing
mean, you
history
to
of
vouch about my last few
it's nothing
days.
personal, it's just business. And yeah, no, somebody gets shot.
Yeah. I'm hoping nobody gets shots.
Yeah, that's why you don't make it just business.
Yeah. You don't make it just business. Sex. I definitely prefer Merrix over Zorlon. That's for sure. See how it goes.
I sent you a new piece to read, Ryan.
Great. Love it.
Oh, if you thought the last one, which got censored, was good, because that one's going to eventually end up going as well.
Oh, sure.
Like
Oh
I said,
man.
I can hear the fuse burning from here.
Ah, man, don't make me send assassins to kill you, bro. Why are you doing this? Um,
I'm just doing what I got asked to do.
I guess
It,
so.
it gets something. It's something we have in common, at least.
I'm sure I'll read this in due time. But for the moment, um, cool. Let me ask, is the Ludvig Merrix meeting or the Rowen Haydith meeting important that it happens before Lois's ride? No.
So I say that again.
Is the either the Ludvig Merrix meeting or the Rowen Haydith meeting important uh to happen before Lois's ride?
No.
Not important enough. No.
Okay, if that's the case, then you guys have been very busy doing many, many things. And um, yeah, yeah, I guess you can't go through Braylon, so never mind about going to Sterngate. Um, but you got a magic carpet. So you guys bundle up in cold weather gear probably and take a little magic carpet ride over the Seawall Mountains. Probably almost get shot down. Um, there's some communication things that happen. You guys are detained there for a minute. I'm sure Lois goes on about how she's gonna rip apart these hobgoblins in the paper or something, and Fiolin's like, "Whoa, whoa!" like holding her back. But eventually, I mean, he's like, "I think this is fair." And after maybe like an hour or two, messages goes from a Seaway Mountain, like high mountain peak, like border patrol, finally gets to Rhukaan Draal and back, and then they're allowed to pass. You guys are allowed to pass. It's like, okay, great. Lois, would you like rip these boys apart? Do you think are they on your hit list now?
No, it very simply will be interrupting my passage might
What?
not be the world's best choice. This seems like it's kind of a cold place to be stationed. I firmly suspect that you may end up remaining here in perpetuity.
Yeah, and to be clear, the two bugbears, the super furry bugbears up here, they're clearly you're exactly right. These are clearly the guys who got sent to the shit assignment. They're like, oh, well, you're small and we're big and furry, and that's going to count for something, I think. Or no, they're like, well, hell, I guess I don't know what to tell you. Look, you can't be flying over Fire Magic Carpet Ride over the border without proper permission.
And that may be your soul saving grace.
I
But
don't. By
I'm
the end,
just telling you in advance.
as you leave, I'm sure they're like, why was she so mean? What did we ever do? Just because we accidentally got that one guy knocked off from the last war doesn't mean we're going to be posted up in the mountains forever and get harassed by little gnome ladies. And
Little gnome
eventually,
ladies.
yeah, I'm not telling her my name. What are you telling? You don't tell her your name, Ferris. Oh shit. And then you fly down the mountain. Um, um, I'm so s- I'm so scared for the things I'm gonna have to do to Lewis because all these articles are happening and they're gonna get tracked back. I don't know. Anyway, You sail down, you make your way into Dargoon, which is a lot warmer than the seawall mountain peaks. And you magic carpet ride right into Rhukaan Draal, where you almost get shot down again too, probably, but you land outside the gate and make your way in. Uh, and after a little halt, you're like, "Oh, I'm Viceroy Lois, almost the They're like, "Ah, been expected. Been told also to stay the hell out of your way. I mean, you don't seem so tough, but sure, whatever." And they open up the gate. And you guys look to the gate, and it's literally like the Aragorn scene where he, except there's no Aragorn. I was like, what? And the camera pans down a little bit, and you're like, let's go, come on. And lo and behold, after weeks of separation, after incarceration, after daring escapes from the country, the main council of House Leora is united again.
Lois, it is a relief to see you again in one piece.
Ludvig, Rowen,
Lois, Violan,
Oh,
Viceroy,
Violan.
Viceroy,
Wonderful.
Viceroy, Viceroy, Viceroy,
Doctor, Doctor,
Doctor,
and
Doctor,
Doctor.
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 I'll go
So
talk
how is the
privately.
meeting with the fam?
It was a lovely dinner, and we got express kudos from the matriarch of Violan's family, so all of that's in fine fettle. Uh, they had some questions about the future of our house and whether or not we would have a presence in Zilargo. And while I couldn't make any comments into timeline, I said that I can't foresee a a future for House Leora without a presence in Zilargo of some kind. It's just too central for there to be that sort of gap, and that seemed to be sufficient to the task.
That sounds like a very, very good answer. So above the table, do we still have the little anti-don't listen to us thingy?
No,
Well, shit.
that was Baron DeCanneth's personal device. But you can be assured he's having them. Well, he's waiting to figure out what you want to do about the Madani situation because he's not going to step on their toes unless you get the go ahead. So as of now, no, you are not scrying protected.
All right. So
Oh,
before
shit.
anybody says anything, I am going to remind them that we had this meeting where there's all kinds of scrying going on in here. And
Mhm.
until
Well,
we,
in that case, allow me, and I will cast detect invisibility and locate object. I'm going to choose sensing endpoints. They're invisible, so being able to see them would be helpful. And
and I'm sure House
for
Leora has a meeting chamber that I could have moved us to.
the part, I've got both.
He's
Oh, I got
back.
Scrying's too
returned.
powerful.
Rowan has returned.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys hop in there, set up a little defense just in case. By all means.
Okay. So, so, do we want? So I'm happy to hear the family went meeting went well. I'll bring Lois up to speed about what's happened here since we've been separated, with certain details omitted, might be spied on, but who knows?
Yeah. that's that's always a brinkmanship game, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
You block it at some point, and you know somebody looks for a workaround, whether
Mm.
it's magical or physical. Uh, it's a one-upsman game in perpetuity, but it is what it is. That's why those folks can afford to charge the fees that they charge because it's a perpetual game going back and forth.
Yeah. It
But
just
it's
never
fine.
ends.
It does end if you cease to be important. Right now, we are very much not
Unimportant.
unimportant,
Yeah.
which means we're going to have a degree of scrutiny. And that's fine.
Mm.
It's just a matter of knowing that it probably exists and it's not universal. Those those methods have distance limits. For example, they can't spy on this location from Rote. It's too fucking far. Uh, not effectively. They may be able to do it with a higher level and more costly thing, but again, that's a question of importance versus cost. Right now, there's a degree of importance, so people are willing to underwrite the cost. But I think per the
Mm.
discussion I had with you, Rowan, I have sown seeds of discord between the Brellish Crown and the Dark Lanterns sufficient that there may be questions to the Dark Lanterns' ability to operate above oversight.
Excellent.
And again, per request, I have made it a case uh, of incompetence and mirrored different competence in House Badani to provide contrast, which attaches that competence to other actions by House Badani.
And you were subtle in how you made that connection?
Reasonably so.
That's going to be important to House Madani, but otherwise, sounds like you exceeded expectations. I look forward to reading the article.
It is most assured that the Dark Lanterns are not going to be appreciative. And when I say not be appreciative, I mean they are going to be upset.
How unfortunate.
Mhm.
That was my thought. I didn't particularly enjoy their company,
Hmm.
and my thanks for arranging the opportunity for me to leave their company. That was
I
most.
I wanted to get you out of there before you did any permanent emotional damage.
Oh, you're far too late for that. The 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 captain of the the working the working arm and the person that they had as my personal guard. I seriously doubt that they are long for employment
Oh,
Notoriety is not going to be kind to them.
The Dark Lanterns?
people have got to
Oh no,
stop.
the the King's Sword, which is
Oh,
the physical arm
okay.
for the Dark Lanterns.
I feel very much like you should have like a little card printed when people try to take you hostage. That's just like, are you sure that this is what you want to do?
Mm,
Just a pause because it never turns out particularly like you always leave lasting damage. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying people should stop taking you hostage. All right, well, um,
don't fuck with gnomes. It's a lesson people seem to keep. It's a mistake people seem to keep making.
Well,
well, I know that Lahesh
or
is
try
happy
to
to
steal your
have
bride. That
Thank
apparently
you.
ends fantastically.
Yeah, yeah, he was helping.
Lahesh is quite happy to have Zilargo on the other side of the border. Loves having the mountains there. Thinks that the gnomes should enjoy their space in Zilargo forever, with a certain amount of confidence that he has absolutely no ill intentions.
And I mean, I can't speak for all of Zill, obviously, but by by and large, there are more important fish to fry.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point the two governments could make a very healthy non-aggression tr
Oh,
treaty.
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
it's something something more robust
Yeah, yeah, but you see what I'm
than
getting at.
the Treaty of Thronehold. Yes, there's
Absolutely.
an opportunity to be had there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, what's the next part of our plan?
We're doing it. What do you mean?
I'm asking because yes, Haydith has hired us to be her diplomatic agents and to resolve the hostage crisis between the between Karnath and Breland in order to secure her freedom.
Well, the only way that that's going to happen, in my best estimation, is if the entirety of the hostage exchange comes apart, which means two out of the three anchors need to come away. I have endeavored to make it look like to the to the
Public?
literate, well, it's not to the public. You have to keep in mind that the papers only feed the the minor aristocracy and the major aristocracy, but them and the artisan class. Uh, the 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 peasants, serfs, common laborers are probably not going to be informed. And that is something that I have been thinking about is do is how far afield, particularly in Breland, do we want to have that carried? Because I'm certain that there is a bardic network, a crier network in these middle to larger sized villages, maybe even into the smaller ones, but probably only the middle to larger size, where important news gets cried to whomever. Um, if if the goal, and Breland has an elected parliament, but again, that election isn't broadly public. It's landed aristocracy and the artisan class. But even in those cases, if the broader populace is made aware of, and by made aware, I mean tailoredly aware of the hypocrisy of the the hostage exchange, then it can increase leverage inside of Breland. Uh, Carnath, to be perfectly honest with you, I think is is too much of a toss up. Um, Carnath is very highly authoritarian, and they will do what is expedient by rule of rule of Caius. Uh, the buck stops with him. There is no opinion besides his and Carnath that matters. Period.
I
He may adjudicate some of that out to some of the other warlords on a regional basis, depending on how big a deal it is. But in this particular instance, the buck stops with him. Period. You could shame Thrain because there's a gap to be leveraged there. You know, the theocracy promotes the, do no evil, and there is certainly an institute of evil, but they initially signed on to it. But if it can be proved that the time for that has passed, the executioner's axe hanging over these innocent people's heads in perpetuity is something that needs forbearance. If two out of the three legs on that stool come away, then all of them fall down.
okay. I can see the strategy with Rain. Yeah, Breland doesn't have the hostage anymore. That's the
Well,
issue.
let's keep in mind, Breland still has hostage.
No, it's no, they only had Haydith.
No, they do.
Uh,
It is not just Breland to Carnath, it's Breland to Carnath to Thrain. Two members from Breland, one went to Carnath, one went to Thrain. From Carnath, two went, one to
okay, they have one
Breland,
from
one to
Thrain.
Thrain. Everybody has one from somebody else.
Yeah. Okay. What? Okay. They have one from Thrain. That I forgot about that one. My speaking as a Carnathi, once I understand about Caius, it's you're what you're saying isn't wrong, Lewis. About he's the Von in charge of up in Carnath. Like he doesn't have we don't have parliaments up there, but nobody rules alone. His rule depends on the other warlords sticking by him. And for the past couple of years, some of them have not been happy because he was the one who, you know, who proposed the Treaty of Thronehold. He might be the one most willing to release the hostages potentially. I don't have information about that, but it's possible he might be the most open to that argument. But the problem for him is that he has too good a hand, especially over Breland. He has two of
It
their
is
hostages.
not. It is not. It is not a good hand.
He has.
It is not a good hand.
He has two hostages. They don't have any of his.
It is not a good hand.
Yeah, Yes, I
You
think it's
need to
a
understand it is anybody holding those hostages is not in a good position.
no, no. They make them in a very good position. If
No,
from a
it
position
makes
of
it make it it makes him in a position that if he wants to do a bad thing, he can do it without ramification. That does not make for a good hand. That makes an excuse to be okay to be bad.
you're making a moral argument, I'm talking about pure cold politics. It that's not the other warlords in Connaught would see that as an extremely good hand, especially over Breland,
And why is it a good hand?
because they have two of Bornell's kids, and
To
the
do what?
and because
What does it give them the ability to do?
to dictate terms to him, and or maybe get a
It is
better
not
deal out
dictate
there.
terms. The terms have already been signed.
Oh, like it.
The Treaty of Thronehold is 2 years old. It's long since been
I
signed.
think I don't. I think it gives them a much better hand. I think you're completely underestimating that.
And I question whether you understand the political reality as well as you think you do. You think of things as only martial, right? Those hostages, as soon as they're executed, they're worth nothing. So,
Exactly.
no,
So it's
that's not a,
it's. I'm not
Actually,
saying he's going
yeah.
to execute them.
Yeah, but he has to. The only power
they have
he has over
negative.
them is to execute them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Maybe let's move past this because I think
Yeah.
both sides have excellent points and we're just running in circles.
But I have a potential solution where everyone could maybe get something, at least for the
All right,
hostages,
so
with
out
something.
with it. Like, what's on your
Okay,
What
mind?
is this?
and an engagement got us into this mess. Maybe some engagements get us out of this mess.
All right, who do you want to get
Born
married?
like born Kaius has two of Bornell's kids. Maybe one or both of them marry high-ranking law children of loyal warlords of his, if it's and they can return down south. Maybe someone of maybe Caius's brother, I think, can marry some a thraned woman who is of the Southern host, because I don't think the Silver Flame would go over well up in Karnath. But I think it could be a way that could bind the nations together in a way that doesn't, with people who want to be there instead of unhappy hostages.
I think that's something that we can explore when the time is appropriate for us to explore it. I think that that's kind of far down the road, but all right, sure, that's a possible solution if they're into it.
Yeah. Um, we can also strengthen Gaius's hand because we have blackmail that he would very much like to see in, involving traders up north, but that's a separate conversation. We could try and swing the deal to get him to do it.
I would love to be able to work with people and not have to use blackmail. It just feels kind of, icky if I don't have to.
I'm not saying blackmailing the monarchs. I'm saying here's a list of
Oh,
traders
I
who
know.
people
I know what you're saying.
exactly.
But yeah, that's always an option if it's needed. Was there anything else that you wanted to put on the table?
Um, and I do dis and I for the record I do agree with. Let's also try public opinion too. Why not? While we're at it, but there's one last thing.
Okay.
I had it, as you've heard, Rowan. I've had a chat with Inara about on the way up, on the way over here, and she told me something I've been thinking about.
Okay.
It's about how, well, all the nations have been divided for a very long time, and now this is something they have something to unite over, some
Mm.
something them to be something they have in common to be angry about, uh, and that is not only me, but how much power the dragon-marked houses have accrued over the last century, while they've been busy fighting each other. If they wanted to be, the nations want to have something in common, that now they have it. Something agree on, or something be united against, they have it. I'm saying, Inara said we either need to find a way for something to be divide them again, or something else to be united against.
All right.
That connects and I spoke with Haydith about this. We considered very different threats. Not the mourning's obvious, but nobody knows what caused the mourning. We don't have any clues about that. But then eventually realized we already have something in mind, something that's already proven to be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Do we still, Rowan, Lois, do we still have that shopping list uh Mr. Shadow helped translate for us?
Oh, you mean the one I handed over to Feather Deneath while you were in Karnath? That one?
Yeah, we have copies. Do we have others?
I have the sole remaining copy, yes.
Um, that the that included threats and actions against not just not just against a monarch, against royal families, but actions against the dragon marked houses spanning all of Corvair. What I all of Corvair. And if you reread those documents, you would come multiple enemies of the public in general would come up that would upset the dragon marked houses, that would upset the churches, and, and of course upset the monarchs and all the sovereigns. I think there is a common enemy here we already have, and we just need to bring more attention to it.
I think I'm not going to bring out a regiment to step on a bug. I think that the information that is in there can be molded to public opinion, but it's dangerous enough that without something more substantive behind it, it's a grenade when what we need is something more like a laser. So while I will assure you that I have continued to do research on that, and while I promise you that that is something that I am personally working on, that is not something that I feel comfortable bringing onto the table at this point in time.
Lois, do you have any thoughts about what I just said?
I don't have there is not enough there's enough meat on that bone to show a nebulous threat, but there is not enough meat on that bone to make it concrete enough to grab both the lesser nobility and the artisan class.
I disagree because it's proven to be a threat.
Yeah, but you can't articulate that threat. You can't. You don't know anything about that threat. In fact, I am certain that you know far less about that threat than I do. So, until we have better information, and we're not going to, make actual asses of ourselves, which is what we would do right now by just bringing it up willy-nilly.
I'm not saying
we are going to tailor our response very carefully. And you can rest assured that there are competent and capable people working with that information right now. I'm not going to let you blow up the world because you want to save your girlfriend.
Oh, what is our plan?
You've heard our plan.
What is our plan?
No.
To get
now.
Do you
just a moment?
Do you agree with my marriage or not? Because I need to get the houses to sign off on this somehow.
No,
and this is one of the only ways I can think.
Yeah, well, we're not using it. But we can get her for freedom so that she can make her choice.
But no, it
Okay,
doesn't.
okay,
No, no,
hang on
no.
a
It
second.
won't make a difference.
Ludwig is valid here. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys, he's valid here. He's asking, what's the plan to get this all solved? All
I
he's
I
getting is
have
counterpoints to the things he's bringing up. If you guys would
I
like to contribute something productive, by all
But
I
means.
have I have a thought. I have a
I
thought.
thought we actually already had been talking about that. I thought the whole
He's
first part of the
he's
conversation was us.
asked you like 3 or 4 times,
Like,
what's the plan?
there's
And
like
everyone knows our
just
here.
trust us to do our job. Like,
So,
So the
Lois, what would you go right ahead? What
I
would
okay,
you like to say?
think there is a opportunity to grab onto a larger threat, which is largely being ignored, which is in alignment with your idea, Ludwig. And that's by asking some very specific questions. One is the why is why are all of these folks worried about hostages and borders and all of that associated nonsense when the impact of the morning is still so evident, and that the morning itself was a decidedly targeted attack that could have hit any nation. The fact that it stopped at the borders of Syria say absolutely everything that you need to know about it being a deliberate, targeted attack. That's why everybody got on board with the whole peace thing, because they didn't know who was responsible, but nobody is chasing that particular thread.
yes,
So if you want to make people look at a larger picture of threat, that's the one, because everybody sees it, everybody knows it, everybody has felt it, from dragon marked houses to the common person. Everybody across Covert is aware of it and aware of the imminent threat of, am I next?
I
That's
am.
something that they can internalize. There is enough meat on that bone to make people ask, and ask their leaders, what are you doing to make us safe?
I,
That's a story I think we can sell in keeping with your idea.
I agree.
I,
In
I,
fact, that's a really smart way to execute that.
I think it is interesting. I agree that the biggest threat off the top of my mind has always been the morning. It's what stopped the war. It's what's preventing Breland from invading Dargoon right now. But like Nora asked me when we were talking, do you know who started the morning? Or at least have an idea of someone who might have a clue who started the morning? Because that would do it. And we don't.
Well, we also don't know who's responsible for the Golden Dragon. And we do know
We
that there are people who are actively working on that.
but we
To a greater or lesser degree, it doesn't matter who started it. What matters is that all of the signatory nations, all of them, are either quibbling with their neighbors for territory, for position, for holding hostages, for whatever esoteria, but nobody is chasing that particular thing. So the fact that nobody is is the core piece. You don't have to have the answer. You have to make people ask the question, what are you doing to make me safe?
Yes, but that's why I'm pointing to the thing I'm pointing to, and not just
We
the
don't want them to
morning.
have the answer. We don't want them to have the answer.
We're not.
We
I'm
don't
not
want to
giving.
be providing the answer. We want
Okay,
them to ask their leadership, give me an answer.
and
Well,
they'll
And the fact that
and
they're not is sufficient to our task because that then becomes the focus which you want.
if I could
okay, but like
also suggest, all right, so what are we going to do? Are we going to call the 12 into session and tell them that there is a cult of the Dark Six that
um,
was behind the Golden Dragon, and we don't know anything about them. We don't know where they are or what they're doing, but they mean ill, and we should all align against them. Because that's essentially what you have right now.
I'm saying what we could do is begin bit by bit leaking certain parts of that shopping list we found to the press, to the Chronicle, to the Voice of Breland, to the on Darren Scroll, whatever newspaper there is out there, and let it build up over time and see how it binds together every so many different nations and so many different so many different houses, and eventually let off the big one, which we do know of, that doesn't include the shopping list that I was there to see, about the closest things we know what was behind it. That could terrify people, including the artisan and the reading in the middle classes, upper middle classes, or whatever, to asking the leaders, "Oh, good God, what are you doing about this?" And maybe even try to connect, say, "Hey, maybe those people caused the morning. They seem to have great arcane power. What are they up to?" It,
So
and
you're
and my
okay.
and my grand strategy here is to create an environment enough where the sovereigns of Corvair, specifically the Wynons, and the houses can agree on a symbolic cooperation represented with me and Haydith getting together.
I understand that you are feeling desperate, and I can see what you are trying to do. I can. I don't believe that what we have has the gas to do what you think it will do. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Lois is really good at spin. We don't have enough evidence, and I am not comfortable starting rumors or just general shit about the morning with no real answers or direction, simply
But
to
you
throw
have
things.
a fantastic point, Ludwig, and a package that can be put together.
All right.
And you hit the nail right on the head.
Lois, your cogs are spinning in your head. Tell me what you're thinking.
I still think that there's more than enough impact and notoriety from the morning. But you're right in that there needs to be a symbol of cooperation between the Dragda-marked houses and the nobility of the signatory nations. And a Weinar would certainly get that done. And her wedding with you as a lower ranked Irwinar, no offense intended,
I'm not a
and
why not,
a
but oh,
and
you say
a
Haydith, yeah.
and a lower ranked dragon marked house is the ideal spot to make that a saleable thing. We
Exactly.
stack that on top of the the love story aspect of what actually took place,
Hmm.
which is you being you and her being somebody who has been stuck in a gilded cage under threat of death, who made her own way out and encountered somebody from home who has all of these positive traits. And magic is going to happen when you put all of those items together. That is that is a story that can be packaged and will appeal to the lesser nobility and the artisan class and to the common and lower class folks equally, because that's the package that you wrap it in.
Yes.
I think there is more to chew inside of that space, particularly if we do like you suggested, which is make that a bond with some statement from you and Haydith,
Yeah. That we are not
uh,
interested in. You go finish.
some sort of statement about, you know, moving on past the divisions that exist between the dragon marked houses and all of the royalties, more concerned about, some of the bigger threats to Cover, like, who caused the morning, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You you aim you aim that point of interest where you want it at that point, because you have something that's saleable, and there's enough meat on the bones to ask the questions, the exact same questions that you were looking at, Ludwig, about, a larger threat, because all of these nations, if it could target Siri,
They can
it could
target anyone.
target it could target anyone. That's the exact same question that you're looking to ask, and we don't have to come up with an answer. We don't have to investigate anything.
Just
It will be the
mm,
people driving their leaders to ask that question. And then, with you as the framework of cooperation, you become the linchpin that makes that cooperation between the 12, now 13, and
technically
the noble
15.
houses happen. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think we just need to repurpose some segments of it.
Okay. And I'm also think maybe if we did do something like that, it could also help the hostage situation by creating an environment that allows them that pushes them towards cooperation, not conflict.
And that's the PR pieces that I have in flight already are designed such that they are they are calling into moral question the entire concept. It calls into question whether some aspects of particularly the Relish government are acting without official oversight, if they've had too much autonomy, and that they are realizing that they have a problem and are desperate to cling on to whatever, and are behaving poorly accordingly. That feeds exactly right into what you're talking about. The goal, I think the only way that you successfully extract all of these hostages is by making it publicly embarrassing, um, at least to the two folks who are going to be literate enough to follow them, asking the questions of, am I next? In Karnath, the I'm next question, it becomes a moot point because whatever Caius says goes ultimately. And while I understand nobody rules alone, Caius is very much the iron hand in a velvet glove. If if one of his warlords doesn't toe the line, he has he has the internal fortitude to make them toe the line or make them dead. And then he puts a different warlord in their place. He has that authority, he has that ability. That's the way that the legal structure there works. Might is right, and he has the ultimate might
Yeah, yeah, and the
at the
ones
moment.
which because he can call upon the other warlords to do it if they choose not to do it. Yes. I'm a little less confident in you about his. I'm the son. Look, I'm the son of a warlord. I've lived and breathed this stuff. I'm not as confident in his ability to just unilaterally just let them go with the hostages go, no questions asked.
Ultimately, that's his decision and his sale point. Now, there are two people in this place who are in a position to ask that question by back channel, and that's you and Haydith. Period.
I think I do think we need to bring Haydith in when it comes to these talks about hostage releases.
I think that you and Haydith should should uniquely focus, you as a representative of House Leora and Haydith as Haydith Irwinar, former hostage to Breland, need to have that conversation with Caius. Obviously, you can't travel right now, so that needs to get mail exchanged.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start that conversation
Mm-hmm.
expeditiously.
I agree.
And the two of you, because of your background in Karnath and her familial ties and whatever remaining ties that she has in Karnath, because she didn't spend her entire life in Breland, that is the opportunity to have that back channel conversation. Because right now, we don't know what Caius thinks. You two are in a position to get that information.
I'll sit down with her and talk about what we could do on guys on the con at the end of things with and the
And
reason finish.
in in the public space, I can continue or not continue as we decide to keep social pressure on Breland and to a lesser degree Thrain to make the the hostage existence a an embarrassment publicly, um, to to uh, to give evidence to the hypocrisy that you know currently exists at this point in time. At the time of the signing of Thronehold, was it a necessity? You know, those three were the largest aggressive actors. I won't say the only aggressive actors, but certainly the largest on on a massive scale. And perhaps it bought time for changing of perspective. But with those kids aging to the point that they are young adults with no stake in how they got to where they're at under a perpetual death sentence, that's unconscionable for anybody with a sense of right and wrong. And that can be leveraged in Thrain and Breland specifically. Carnath has a degree of might makes right, and the person with the most might decides whether it's right or wrong. And Caius, as the significant author of that arrangement, has sort of penned his name to "it's right."
Yes, internationally. It's the domestic side I'm worried about. Ryan, is there any way I could see, like, if I could try to see if, like, what the situation would be okay for Caius to do something like this, or just release the hostages, or
You want to do a check to see what the circumstances would be for him to release the hostage?
if he could do that, if what I know about Caius and the domestic situation lines up with what how Loisan is describing it.
Um, in in which angle specifically?
If like I believe her moral, lack of a better term, moralizing approach to the hostage, maybe not the best word, but it's like the only word I can think of, to the hostages in like Rain and Breland isn't necessarily what it would take given the situation and context in Carnath.
Go ahead and make an insight check, sure. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a D10 to that. Hold on. 16.
16. I think that there is the fact that Carnath has to be clear, like nobody traded these hostages actively saying like if you kill mine, I'll kill yours, and that's wrote on paper anywhere. Like to be clear, above table, all of the hostages, as they are so plainly are guests. They are guests of each other's nations. They're there to stay and learn about each other's cultures and provide diplomatic blah 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 blah. But we all know it's not written behind closed doors under the surface. You fuck with us, we're gonna fuck with your person, and vice versa. Um, it there are points to both sides. It's tricky, Carnath having a hostage while Braylon doesn't, because undoubtedly Braylon might be sweating about that. Absolutely. They've got because the blood of a royal is considered more valuable than gold, which is why there's been all this hubbub about fucking Haydith. So absolutely people are sweating about that. Carnath has a lot of flack to be like, hey, it'd be cool if you did this for us, you know, especially right now. But at the same time, if they start going around doing that, sort of brazenly sort of asking for things and insinuating what might happen, it paints them in a very bad light and might unite other nations against them. It's a very tricky political situation. It's a very powerful bargaining chip, but there are consequences to using that bargaining chip. What is probably won most, especially by Carnath, because keep in mind, King Caius III he was the architect of the Treaty of Throne. So
Yes.
he's ironically the biggest manufacturer of peace amongst all of the monarchs. His stance, I mean, you haven't heard about any correspondence that's happening between Haydith and her brother, but if he did, you better believe it's probably saying, go back to Breland. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Go back to Breland. This is a lot more important than just you, Haydith. Go back to fucking Braylon. So that's kind of the situation. Caius wants peace if his actions at the Treaty of Thronehold are to be believed. So it's more likely he'll probably try and get Haydith back to Braylon um, than use his bargaining chip against Braylon. That's probably the much more likely thing that'll happen. But nonetheless, Braylon's probably sweating over having a royal over there with nothing on the other side. So that's probably the situation. Both people, the world really wants Haydith back in, not the world, but a lot of people of a political nature want Haydith back in Braylon. That is the overarching where it stands. Braylon and Karnath, and clearly, by all the visitors you've been receiving, there are people who are absolutely happy about destabilizing elements in Braylon, like Madonna, Kenneth, maybe others who need a little push out the door, like Thrash, for example. So there are people who can benefit from this, and there are people who don't want this. And that's just the nature of anything. Anything that ever happens, there's going to be people who like it and people who don't. So if we're going to go for an overarching situation here, you're like an overarching solution. Your solution is finding a reason why you and Haydith marrying is a good thing.
Yes.
But that's tricky. You're not trying to, you don't have a, you have a problem without an obvious solution. The best thing to do is find out where your solutions are and find out how to tie them to the problem, if that makes sense.
Yes. I share everything with everybody. And I finish that with I need to find a problem. Right now, me and Haydith are the problem for a lot of people.
I
What we
think
need
the
to
thing I'll
do
make
is
easy, just really quick, the thing I'll make easy for the whole party, I think the thing is like you guys clearly are making Dragonmark House allies, which is great. But honestly, your biggest ally in all this is Lesh, not just because he's housing you, but because he's a sovereign monarch. Like right now, the biggest issue you have is this marriage uniting the nations against Dragonmark houses. What you need is nations to support you, not Dragonmark houses. If anything, it's better to keep Dragonmark houses somewhat at arm's length and let them say we don't believe in this. It's better to find nations to support you.
yeah, I
I
finished that
agree
with saying
completely.
yes, and I'm just gonna say I top all that off with I need to find a problem so that Haydith and I are the solution.
That's exactly it.
Yes, I need to find a problem, or at least create a problem that Haydith and I can be the solution for. Do we know what Ondeo thinks of all this?
No. No.
Because like
They haven't shown up with representatives of any kind, no. And that
Yeah.
goes for every other nation. You can reach
Here's
out to them.
here's the thing. While I respect your position, I am not willing to make noise just to make noise. Nor am I willing to tell an incomplete story or to make it up as I go along when the stakes are this high. So, I feel like in the beginning, Lois was trying to show you what we were proactively in the process of doing.
yes,
And I like what she's crafting concerning the morning because that too is a continuation of the things that we've started to do. I think clearly maybe it's time for Haydith to send a letter to her brother. And maybe, something, maybe it would be a good time to reach out to the trust.
and means Zalago.
Yes, I believe that is where they
Yeah,
spend their time.
yeah. I'm not sure I see the connection between the trust and if they would support us because
They
they
don't have to, I'm not asking them to support your marriage. You keep trying to make this about your marriage. There are other things that will help. All right, if all of a sudden Dargoon and Zalargo have I don't know, we were talking a little bit about this,
non-aggression pact.
right? if
Yeah.
if the royal houses again. I
Oh,
feel, do you see what I'm
sorry.
saying? Go ahead.
As a quick note, sorry, it just kind of popped into my head. Um, I don't mean to just be giving away things. I'll tell you what. If anyone wants to, just because we got to roll dice. If anyone wants to roll an insight or investigation check about um potential allies. Let's call it that.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna take my second portent die,
Oh,
which will give me
I
a
wish I could just
27.
throw an NPC in here and I could be like, "Hey,
Tw
here's all my ideas."
collectively with my bonus thing, 28.
Woo! Good job. Use that more, man.
Yeah, no, I keep using that. Yeah, tactical mind. Love it.
Yeah, yeah. Hell yeah. What did everybody else get?
Insight 22.
Nice. Lois?
Investigation 27.
Very nice. Okay. Okay. So you guys are thinking about allies. One thing none of you have considered, where maybe like for whatever reason, just the synapses start connecting, just because of the nature of who you all are, none of you have ever really considered this. But the thing you got to note is that where Ludvig and Haydith have actual standing is in morality, which you have all expressed plainly, that it's not cool to hold up people against their will, and love is an important part of, it's a good thing at the end of the day. Um, what um what institution supports morality most intensely?
The church?
Church. So fine.
Exactly. The church, the religion. If there's an ally that you haven't considered tapping, I mean, the sovereign host venerates a god of love and home
Mm.
and hearth. So the silver flame, man, you may not have thought about it, the Thrain is a theocracy, and they're built on doing the right thing and being aware of the darkness within. There's an angle there. You could even expand into the other religions you're not so well versed in. I mean, if you're looking for allies and experts with my high 20s over there, Ludwig and Vice
Mm.
and Lois, religions you may have never considered. Violan went and studied elven diplomacy and came back pretty skilled from it by the sounds of things. The elven religion of the Undying Court features some of the greatest figures in Arneal elven history. Just continuing to live on so that their greatest heroes don't fail. They probably have any number of counselors amongst their Undying Court who are master politicians who make any of the monarchs here look like children playing with sticks when it comes to politics. So religion's a humongous potential and universal ally that could potentially be called upon to your side of things.
Exactly.
Especially if, the politics of nations are tricky because they're not as politically tied down as, say, nation to nation, for example. Like, oh, I made friends with you, I made friends with you. Blood of Vol's been ousted by Karnath a bit, and they lead with morality first and doctrine first. So just a thought. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe you should tap some religious resources.
and I also hint above table something the major religions and all churches of the wall of Corvea would hate is hearing about potentially a potential conspiracy of an evil religion trying to cause chaos throughout the realms. They would hate hearing about that.
What evil religion is this?
Like I'm being cagey because like
It's
can
it's yeah.
because
Like
like
a made up one?
no, it's because like we're being spied on and like I'm referencing the
Oh, I was asking above table. What do
oh yeah,
what
above
kind
table.
of
I'm referencing the legend and the the letters and them specifically referencing the Dark Six, invoking them.
Oh, okay. I don't know how that helps with Haydith though.
No, I
Yeah,
mean
thank
like
you.
it
Thank
helps
you. Exactly.
with the religion, with the religious aspects. Like
Your religion, I mean, if you were to tap religion, you've already got enough backing.
Yeah,
We're morally in the right and being oppressed by politics and
Um,
litigation, essentially. So you don't need to be,
okay,
Like
fighting a problem that doesn't
okay,
exist.
I understand
okay.
that you feel nervous about this, and nothing is going to change that because there is no magic weapon. There's going to be uncertainty, and there are absolutely going to be losses. But it is more important to get the job done cleanly, especially when there has been just it's been such a mess up until this point. Adding things that you can't control because you don't know well is more likely to make it worse than better.
Well, there's a simple solution when it comes to this. I say simple in the loosest definition of simple, but Ludwig is right. If we want to look at the moral framework, because it is not, if Caius can't release his hostages because he will garner negative warlord opinion. If, however, Breland has lost theirs, well, one of theirs, they still have someone from Thrain. But if we can convince Thrain to release their two as a moral choice, and if they are willing to support for moral reasons Haydith's flight to safety and love,
Yeah,
then he can be in a position to keep the peace and release his.
yes. And you know what could help in a way to bind this all together? What you're talking about, Lois. What better demonstration of love as a way out of conflict than marriages? I mentioned earlier that some of the hostages could be married to other people from the countries they are currently in and then returning with their new spouses. That we could maybe we could weave that in a way of like, hey, look, love wins the day, you know? If that's the strategy we want to go with.
I think it would be asking a lot for lightning to strike one, because I don't know how old all of these hostages are. Hmm.
I don't need to
Item
ask
item
Haydith.
item one.
Yeah.
Item two is it would, while the potential is certainly there, love is essentially lightning in a bottle, and you can't know where it's going to strike.
It's like
Um, so,
hey, look at me. I'm evidence of that.
and while it would be great to say yes, we could format or format these these matches for these other hostages out of the people who are currently holding them in very polite bondage is a stretch in my estimation. Um, I think it's a fantastic idea if if it could if it could be worked out, but without knowing these individual hostages and the circumstances that they find themselves in, plus their age and personal inclinations and all of that stuff, there are too many unknowns. It's a wash. what we can say is that morally, there is a problem with hostage holding generally, and the impetus to return somebody to bondage is anathema in the face of love and future opportunity.
Yeah.
Um, that's a moral ground that you know is a rock that you can stand on. It's got some stability associated with it, and to be perfectly honest with you, it's in alignment with with some of the doctrines for the silver flame and hence Thrain, and it speaks to some of the underlying sentiment that's obvious in the written details for Breland, though they are currently not behaving up to the standards they espouse. And yes, that was an excuse to use the word espouse correctly in a sentence. But their actions do not meet their words.
So, some ideas on what to do next are find out more information about the hostages that already exist. Try and get in contact with some of the major religious figures, see if they can't be willing to lend a hand and say, well, hey, maybe these guys have a point.
Well, it's
And
not so much ask them to lend a hand. It's an opportunity for, hey, you know, you have a back, I have a back. What can we do about making sure that, you know, I am helping you do what it is that you need to do, and you can help me do what it is that I need to do in a mutually beneficial type of way. But you're absolutely right.
okay, and I'll talk to Haydith about ways to get in contact with her brother and try and see what is going on behind the scenes and how that might resolve it.
And I will encourage the both of you to own your decision. Make the language and whatever you write to send him polite but declarative. Don't walk it back with I'm sorry's. Don't walk it back with mea culpas. You made a decision. It was a moral and right decision. Own it
One reason,
because he will respect that. What little I know about him based on the written material that I've seen in the Treaty of Thronehold and the surrounding other documents lead me to believe that is that is something that he would respect. He might not agree with it, but he would respect it. And establishing mutual respect may be the first step in having the door ajar. So if we can convince Thrain to release theirs and pressure Breland to releasing the remaining Thrainish hostage, for him to follow suit without losing face to the warlords.
okay. One reason I did, one reason I fell in love with it is I deeply believe she can be greater good for the world in House Leora than just sitting as a hostage in Breland, doing nothing.
And
Maybe
that's fantastic. That is a worthy belief.
maybe I framed that in the letter somehow.
It's up it's up to the two of you to write, to be perfectly honest with you. You have the inside track on Carnathy sensibilities. You have the inside track on his personal sensibilities. I know that this has put a outsized degree of pressure, particularly on you, Ludwig, and your forthrightness and your, dare I say, kindness is is such that it would make you willing to apologize for something you have no need to apologize for.
Perhaps. Perhaps,
But that's
yes.
but that's your homework assignment. Get with your betrothed and write a letter. Assuming that that meets your sensibilities, Baroness.
That sounds like a pitch perfect idea.
Uh, I don't know anybody in Thrain, but there's some public policy, and I'm certain that we could. Uh, there are some courting events in Thrain that are going on
They may have already
immediately,
passed.
or they
Yeah, I
may
think
have
they
already
passed.
passed, but we may be able to get a point of contact at minimum
Yep.
uh, from the Sacred Heart. So, um, just as a warm handshake to uh, have some future discussion. Uh, I don't
Okay.
know how we necessarily
Okay.
travel to get there from here because everything's well, might be possible to go south into Zill and
Let's,
It's
I'm sure the first thing we should do is find a point of contact and send a letter. I think we can do that before we try to work out the nuts and bolts of transportation.
fair. So sounds like we've got a plan to go forward.
something resembling a plan.
Cool.
And before we leave, I'm just gonna ask. ju- I know, Rowan, you've stated your doubts about my idea, and I respect that, but just think about it is all I ask. Because I need to get them to say yes, and I don't have many other ideas on how to get them to say it, except there's a major threat that is bigger than any one nation
Oh,
or house.
I can't speak for the Baroness, and I wouldn't dream of it.
Uh, I was
But Ludwig,
yeah,
there's something that you physically need to understand.
yes,
If you want to marry Haydith and she wants to marry you, anybody else's acceptance of that is immaterial insofar as I'm concerned. And that's the that's where the buck absolutely stops. You don't have to have somebody's permission. if that's what the two of you want to do. Will there be ramifications from that choice? Absolutely. Does everybody have to buy in? I guarantee you, not everybody's going to buy in. But if you two have made that decision for yourselves, for your future, you owe nobody the right to permission and veto that choice. None.
I would normally agree with you, Lois, but her and I, but Haydith and I, and our mine Haydith's lives aren't normal circumstances.
Okay, but respectfully, you probably should have thought about that before you asked her to marry her at the time that you did, right?
I,
So, but in other words, all
well,
of these things are actually like
I mean, Lois said, trust your hearts.
great, and you did, and that's fantastic. But trusting your heart doesn't mean that there's not going to be repercussions and that some of them aren't probably going to be ugly. And that's okay. We're going to do
I,
we are doing our best to manage the situation and we'll
I,
continue to do
I,
so.
Lois, Rowan, I'm just saying, I cannot imagine a life of myself and Haydith if assassins are constantly on our backs, at my backs. They keep constantly trying to steal her away to somewhere.
That does present a problem.
Ludwig, you're marrying an Ewinar. That is absolutely going to be your future.
Yeah.
You are
But
going to
not,
be a progenitor for a dragon marked house. That is absolutely going to be your future.
Yeah, like
You are going to be upsetting the table scales of the status quo, which means that absolutely is going to be your future.
Lois, there's a
How
difference.
you deal with that, how you step up to that challenge, will define you as a man beyond your military service. War is easy to manage, relatively
I,
speaking, in
I,
comparison.
I, I know, I know how to fight a war, and I know that you can't fight one forever. I can't fight against every other sovereign in Corvair forever. That's just a fight I'm going to lose. I need to get them on board somehow.
You don't need to get them on board.
you actually,
Yes,
I
I
mean,
do.
You
you have
just
safe
need to
quarter.
outlive them.
You have safe
You
quarter.
just have to outlive that.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
outlived them. Wow.
but
Okay.
she's right.
No, he
Let's
fundamentally disagrees.
let's pull away. I don't let's pull away from that. The House Leora argues about the life ahead of Ludwig and what he wants and what they think is right. And but largely it seems that the formation of a plan has begun. You have allies in your corner. You perhaps have more to get to be found, and we'll see how things go. But that one thing is true. The life of a viceroy, especially the life of a prince, perhaps, is not a life that isn't without fraught with danger. So,
He doesn't want to be a prince.
well,
I know.
we'll end her there.
Yeah, yeah, I'll talk with Merrix and Haydith next session, and
Yeah,
Haydith and I
we'll have this chat next session.
will, and I have an idea with, I'll talk with Haydith about how on earth I'm gonna have a very difficult conversation with Haydith about what the hell our future is gonna look like.
Cool. Cool. All right.
Yeah, let's try talking to someone in Thrain and seeing if the silver can't sway the silver flames from our side, maybe.
Hey man, there's enough religions out there that I don't know. So Silver Flame and Sovereign Host probably won't be difficult to bring your side of things.
Yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said Sovereign Host and Silver Flame probably won't be